say.
Yeah, it was yesterday. Tina. Rhymes with Gina. Who may be dead as well, and I don't know because she is not responding to anything that I say.
Everyone heard the Tina Turner song for the last few minutes on the air, but behind the scenes, we've been frantically trying to piece together some sort of connection with Gina out in Florida.
She's there. She can hear us.
Right.
But she's not responding.
Right. Well, at the moment, right, with the
moment.
Comrex system, the system that we use to broadcast live on location.
I send her audio. She says, yes, I can hear it.
I mean, I'm hearing a faint static
I'm
in the
hearing
background.
sounds in her room.
Right.
You know?
She's with us in spirit, and that's all that really matters, isn't it?
No.
Yeah.
No. No, it helps when it matters. Anyway.
She texted me, can't hear anything.
Well, you could. What did you do? Because it was working. It was working, and you did something.
I'm not going to put anything past our actual equipment that we supply her with.
I agree.
So,
all I know is, moments ago, she could hear things, and now she cannot.
She gave us a glimmer of hope about 15 seconds before
She did something.
Got on air.
She hit something. She touched something that she shouldn't have touched. Is there a mic switch on your mic? Is there an on-off switch on your microphone?
She texted me, I didn't touch anything.
So she can hear us.
Yeah. Can you hear us? Or
there's a good
maybe
question.
She's streaming.
You know, you're interrupting Tina Turner's, eulogy here thing that we're trying to do. Usually we'd go down a Tina Turner hole, but no, we're tech support. Now, there you are. Now, what did you do? What did you do?
Nothing. I've been singing.
I believe it, actually.
What did you touch?
Nothing.
Because I haven't touched a goddamn thing here, all right?
Jeez.
What did you touch?
Nothing. I've been sitting here singing, and I can hear myself.
And she's gone.
And she's gone.
And then
just
she's
like
gone.
that.
Okay, now we know what it is.
It's just a connection issue.
It's a connection issue. She needs to stand closer to the Wi-Fi or whatever.
Right. She's hardwired into the Wi-Fi.
She's hardwired into it.
So that's not a good sign.
My guess is that she's not actually using the Wi-Fi that we sent her.
She is. I troubleshooted that specifically.
She's not on the hotel Wi-Fi.
No, she is not on the... And she's singing.
And now she's singing.
Yeah.
Now she's back.
Do what you want me to do. It says I'm connected.
You are connected. Can you not hear us? This is tech support, and I'm chalking this up to user error.
This is a ghost. It kind of feels like we're haunted at the moment.
This is going as well as DeSantis' announcement yesterday. Here, let me just get Ron DeSantis on the phone. He's here to help us out. Oh, that's Ron DeSantis. Ron? Yeah, she's in and out, so it's clearly it's the Wi-Fi connection on her end.
We need it. We
She's
need to
doing
move her
it
to the
wrong.
bathroom where the signal's better. Or
Something.
by the window.
I don't know what.
Yeah.
But we'll get back to you, Gina, in a moment.
If you can hear us.
Because it's a Tina Turner tragedy.
Very tragic.
Very tragic. Now, how smart... Well, I was about to say how smart is HBO Max, but I won't. Because this whole... the name that HBO, known for entertainment, let's just get that
Got
out.
it.
Just
Got
take
it.
that away. Let's just change it to something that you don't know.
We don't need it anymore.
Or maybe it's Cinemax. I don't know. Maybe it could be. I don't know.
Well, they've had so many identity changes over the last few years with
Exactly.
HBO to HBO Go.
And it's nobody who's smart doing these things.
No.
It's just some CEO who thinks he's smart because he's got a lot of money and people around him saying that he's smart.
I mean, people were just eviscerating it on Twitter yesterday.
Yeah.
I saw somebody saying this is a very Kendall Roy decision
Very
to make.
very much a Kendall Roy decision. But back to them. How smart were they in this Tina Turner documentary that was out a while ago? Mm-hmm. I think a year. They moved it up on the HBO Max on the Max app
To the front screen?
to the front screen.
Right.
Says, "Oh, look, Tina Turner."
Very timely.
Yes. So kind of smart. Kind of smart. Except for the rest of the decisions that they're making about this whole thing. But anyway. So go down a Tina Turner hole today. Do yourself a favor. And just go. I would start with that documentary, actually, if you have Max. If you have Max. I would start there. Because you're going to learn a lot about her and what a rough life she has had leading up to her immense stardom starting in the 70s and 80s. And
I was reading it last night, preparing for today, and that's a rough upbringing that I had no idea about.
Absolutely. Just, and I follow a lot of music accounts.
Yeah.
And every one of them, from Bob Dylan to Erasure, are all praising and singing, Tina Turner was the inspiration for this, and this, and this.
Really?
And this, Oh, just tons of it.
I actually had no idea. I know of her. I didn't even know she was still alive, frankly, until the news broke yesterday.
I knew because I nearly put her on my Deadpool.
Okay.
I came this close. But I thought, no, she's got too much. She's got too much going, man. She's Tina Turner.
That's a hard Band-Aid to rip off.
It is.
People that you enjoy on the
Exactly.
Deadpool.
It's the way we do. Proud Mary.
Oh yeah, I followed John Fogerty on Twitter, and he was just like, I was so happy that she picked my song to make it her breakout hit, and this was kind of her breakout hit.
Was it?
Listen to the story. Left a good job
Down
in the city, working for the man every night and day. And I
This is her with that turd.
Yeah.
worried about the way that things might have been. That big wheel keep on turning. Proud Mary keep on burning. And we're rolling, yeah.
Now it goes slow, but then she turns it into a Tina Turner song. Let me get to it. There we go.
Okay. Yeah.
This is the woman who taught Mick Jagger how to dance.
Really?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yes. If you watch him dance and watch her dance, same dance. Because the Stones would open for her, and they'd be backstage, and Mick would be like, how do you do this? And she'd go, oh, you mean this?
Is she older?
Oh, yeah.
All of them?
Well, let's see, Mick is in his late 70s.
Okay.
About the same age, probably.
But she's older than John Fogerty?
Yeah, I think so.
Huh.
Absolutely.
I'm just trying to wrap the timeline around my head.
But anyway. Yeah, it's go down, do yourself a favor and go down to Tina Turner Hole.
I'm waiting for Gina's faint singing to.
Well, I've turned her
intersperse.
off because she, I've turned her off until we can get this figured out because
Fair.
this is
Yeah.
ridiculous. Anyway, we're going to take a break. We'll be back. If you'd like to check in, maybe your magic touch can get Gina back on. 877-602-9696. We will get it figured out and get it going here after these.
We got an email from our friend, that good-looking Rhett Thomas.
Best looking guy I know. Well, except for Carrie.
He used to be on the radio with us.
Yep.
And checks in with us from time to time. He sends this email of interest, sort of. Hey, friends, you're so good at doing this for babies. Perhaps you could help with a dog. What should we name this guy? We've been fostering him, but we think we'll keep him. That's nice of you, Red.
Yeah.
Ever since you played John Mellencamp to start the show the other day, I want to call him Mellencamp, and we could just call him Mel. He's a blue heeler cattle dog mix. I kind of like the name Blue, especially since he's mostly orange. Or it could be Rusty, Yeah, I don't think you. I think a lot of blue heelers are named Blue. I
Yeah, don't
I
do
think
that.
You,
Yeah.
Don't do that.
He said, I'm also completely happy with Doggy McDogface. Thanks for letting me listen. Rhett. And he sent some pictures of the pup who looks just like a sweetheart.
Now, I'm not very good at this
Naming dogs?
I'm not either.
because I replied to Rhett with my suggestion.
Which was what?
I said, he looks kind of like a Dexter to me.
Mm-hmm.
Not the serial killer, but Dexter Riley, Kurt Russell.
Mm-hmm.
Look it up.
Mm.
And Rhett replied, sad thing is, that's the only name that I won't use.
Oh, no.
Dexter was my dog of 13 years who got cancer
Oh.
and died earlier this year.
Way to go, Carrie.
I'm like, wow, I did not do
How
well.
could you know that?
I
There's no
couldn't
way.
know that.
There's no way you could know.
So, might I suggest then, we stick with the Kurt Russell theme,
Mm-hmm.
and we name him Jack, which is Jack Burton, his character in Big Trouble in Little China. How about that?
You could do Snake.
Snake Plissken.
Snake Plissken.
Except you have to name the. I think you'd have to call the dog Snake Plissken. Here, Snake Plissken.
You'd have to.
I had a dog. I'm not good at naming dogs. I've only had a very few dogs, and when I was in high school, I acquired a dog who I named Fred L. Montmorency. That's not a very good dog name.
Look up the name of the dog in that Predator movie, the new one.
Oh,
Because it looks
he
kind of
looks
like
that, huh?
That's-
Predator.
I just realized looking at the picture,
Oh yeah, that's
Prey is the movie.
that's the same kind of
It-
dog.
yeah,
too.
it looks like
It's-
the same kind of
it's
dog.
yeah, that was a blue heeler.
Yeah, Prey was the movie.
Let me see. Names.
Cujo. Name him Cujo.
No.
No. Rover. Tippy. Name him Tippy.
Shoot. Let's see.
Dog names are. I think Mellencamp is good, but if you name him Mellencamp, call him Mellencamp. Don't call him.
No,
Mel.
no. I think you call him John Cougar Mellencamp.
Yeah.
John Cougar Mellencamp, you get in
Yeah.
here.
I think Mellencamp is good, really though.
Hmm.
Here, Mellencamp.
I'm sorry. This was my dog. His name was Tippy.
Yeah, see, that's a good dog name.
You didn't find the name of the dog in
Why
Prey?
can't I find? I mean, Coco is his real name, but that's not the
Coco
name.
is the real name of the dog.
Sorry?
Is it Sorry?
Sarii? Sorry?
I think so.
Does that sound right?
Yeah, it does.
Astro.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Astro.
Rook of the Rimp. Rook of the Rimp. Does he talk, Rhett? Does the dog talk in any way?
John Cougar Mellencamp. I want the whole thing. Because you do that for a cat.
Yeah, Sorry is the dog in Prey. Sorry is not.
No.
That's not good.
Hank. How about Hank? We need
Hank
to have,
Kingsley.
yeah. We need dogs to have more human, like Paul. Just name a dog Paul.
Yeah, people names.
Yeah, people
Steve?
names. Yeah. Steve. Hey, Steve. Come here, Steve. Come on. And then, there'd
Alan?
be people
Steve
who
and Alan.
There'd be people who would look around, like, what? Why are you calling me? Yeah, I like,
Alan!
Yeah.
Alan!
Yeah.
Alan!
Yeah.
Alan! Alan!
We're not helping
Ow!
Red, I don't
Alan!
think.
Alan! Alan! Steve! 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 Steve!
You're at the
Steve!
park.
Steve! Steve!
Yeah. Well.
All right.
But good for you for adopting your foster. That's
Scooby,
great.
Yeah. No.
Arrow, Mel, Pumpkin.
These people just texting
People just
in.
texting in.
Cutie patootie.
No.
Connor, Tanner.
Tanner? No.
Yeah,
You hear those names enough at the park. They're just over at the playground. They're not.
Bobby.
yeah, Bobby is good for Bobby Hill.
Yeah.
I like it.
Anyway.
Dave? Dave. 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 Dave? Dave. 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 Dave? Dave. Dave.
Dave.
Dave. Dave. Dave. Dave. Dave. Dave. Dave. Dave. Dave. Dave. Dave. Dave.
Rhett, you have to make the dog wear a bandana, too.
My assistant, Dave, right?
Somebody says, consider the route I went and chose an 80s film villain. My current dog is Hans Gruber. I
Hans
love
Gruber.
that. I love that.
Oh, here we go. Dog Cougar Mellencamp. Thank you, Texter.
All right.
That was not helpful at all.
No, sorry. All right, 623. Let's see if she's there.
Are you there? Whoa.
Can you hear us, Gina?
Yes.
Okay.
For now.
For
This
now.
is no guarantee.
I'm holding still.
Don't move.
I mean, I'm remaining seated. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, so Katie didn't go back and change us in the rack room. Oh, you
Oh, you
did?
did.
So we're on MM3 now. Okay.
MM3.
But it's coming through on MM5.
MMR is measles, mumps, rubella.
Yes.
Let me try something else.
Okay.
All right, now you're coming in through MM3.
How about now?
Can you?
I'm. Hello.
Did you
Yeah.
lose us?
No, you're here.
We're still here.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to touch
Perhaps.
a thing. Not going to touch
Lord.
a thing. You do need to be a little louder, though.
A little. Okay. Let me. How about that?
Yes,
Better.
do it on a Bill setting. Yeah. Oh no, that would be low. Do it on a me setting.
Okay. A low talker. I'm a low talker.
Yeah.
I'm a wheel watcher. How about
There we
that?
go. There we go.
All right.
Okay.
Wow. Whatever happened, let's just keep it here.
Okay. Hold perfectly still, and I know you're good at that.
Yes.
So let's begin the program.
Oh yeah. I didn't even look at that. What's today? I don't even know what today is.
Today is May the 25th, 2023, in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ.
Ding. And this is the Radio from Hell show with the Lords of Morning Radio. Kerry Jackson
Yes.
in Salt Lake. God bless him. His blood pressure's probably through the roof this morning.
No,
You're good?
I'm actually all right.
Oh, okay. I'm not.
I'll put it this way, Gina. I'm mad at the dirt.
Okay.
There you go.
Bill Allred, who's in St. George, I think. Mm-hmm. Me, Gina Barberi, in Jacksonville, Florida. And I have a view of the ocean right now. That's a positive.
Wow.
My room has a view of the ocean.
Every day it inches closer to you.
Yeah, well,
And that was Nick Davis. God bless him. He's been helping out a lot, not only on the air, but behind the scenes with technical stuff. So thank you for that. Katie for short. Also, bless her. We're just going to bless everybody. Katie running around doing a million things to help get this show on. Thank you for that. And Dawson and Jay also. It's a team effort.
oh wait, Gina, Ron
Yes.
DeSantis is calling in. Oh, just a second here. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that was going to be my joke for why this isn't working. It's just the
We already did it. You didn't hear because
Oh, okay.
you weren't connected properly.
service in Florida is spotty at best.
Well, it is DeSantistan. All right, let's begin our check-ins. We'll
Can
start.
I sponsor?
Please do.
Get your car ready for summer road trips with Big O Tires Buy 3, Get 1 free sale now through June 4th. Stop by one of our 50 locally owned locations or make a convenient appointment online at bigotires.com.
Oh, people are starting to help us with this whole thing. Gina, did you at any time say gay?
I did.
And that's why you got booed
Yeah.
off here. You're in Florida and you said gay. All right. Okay.
No better.
Let's go to Tom. Tom is checking in. Hello, Tom.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for letting me listen. And Gina, as a former button pusher, press that button.
This one right
But you
here,
already
No,
did.
no, not that one. Please, God, not that
I'm
one.
afraid to touch anything.
There you go. But amidst all the technical issues and the tragedy of Tina Turner, I would like to remind our friends of the program of another tragedy. Memorial Day, the liquor stores will be closed.
Oh,
so,
damn it.
since you won't be around Friday or Monday, shop now. Shop harder for liquor. We all need it at this moment.
Right. That's
Especially after DeSantis' announcement.
right. Oh, yeah. Well, I went yesterday. Yeah, in anticipation of.
Okay, so
Shop
you're
S-Mart,
already
right?
stocked up.
Yes, we're all
What's
stocked
that?
up.
Shop S Smart, right, Carrie?
Mm-hmm.
Shop Smart. Shop S.
Shop S-Mart. All right, thanks,
You
Tom.
got that?
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Tom.
Let's see. We got text check-ins. Heather, Luis, and Clementine the cat checking in from Harrisburg, PA. Amy from Florida.
Hi, Amy.
Gina's tech troubles, we'll just blame it on Florida.
Yeah.
Like I said, just don't say the word gay. Otherwise, we're going to have to reset all the equipment. Johnny B checking in, listening while we're doing the pre-trip inspection on my dump truck.
Ooh.
Safety and emission inspection on it this morning. Let's see. Tina Turner did an amazing cover of Whole Lotta Love, which was surprisingly used in the
Oh, I
Cruella
wanna
movie.
hear that.
Yeah, it's in the Cruella movie.
Really?
Yeah. Do you want to hear that?
That sounds like they paid a fortune for adding that to the Cruella movie.
I got that right here. If you give
I
me-
want to hear it.
if you give me a second, I'll
Yeah.
look it up here.
Okay.
Because I have the Cruella soundtrack on my personal library.
And I'm sure she sounds fantastic, but isn't Whole Lotta Love kind of about Robert Plant's Robert?
So here we go.
Yeah.
Let me cue into it here.
It's got the Waka Waka.
Oh, this is that turd Ike is with her on this one. Let me get into it. Come on. Ooh.
Yeah. That's nasty.
That is
And I mean that in the best of ways.
the ghost of my mother is disapproving right now. That's how nasty this is. Oh,
See my nose crinkle?
Yep.
That's because it's got some stank.
But that's good stank.
That is good stank.
That's
Oh,
good stank.
yeah.
All right. Let's see. Thank you for that. Checking in. I loved it when Carrie said GD. Yes. That is an
Well, that's where we were. That's
That-
the point we were in.
that is an FCC approved swear. I'll have you know.
Is it?
It is.
Why am I not using it more?
I know, right? No, there's a thing called community standards. Let's see. Let's see. This is quality farting around. Yes, it is. Teacher Emily checking in. Love Tina. Very sad.
Yeah.
Gina, you almost ruined the show.
No, it's not me. It's Florida. Florida almost ruined
I
the
blame
show.
Florida
Yeah.
for everything. Traffic, please.
Traffic. I mean, I should say lack of traffic.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's
it
why.
is
That's why we're not going to be here tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because we know all y'all are prepping to leave today.
Either they're sleeping in or they've already left, but it is green across the board. So if you're seeing anything, I'd love to hear about it. 33986 is where you can report that traffic. It's all brought to you by It's a Good Time to Buy a Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
All right. Thank you very much. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in our next break. It's Big Boy News and Opinioendo. So, Gina, you have all that time to get ready.
Okay.
So get some news together. And then Frank Christ presents. Did Frank get you the list?
Yes.
Okay, Frank.
Of course.
Christ-
Because Frank can travel, space doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah.
Time doesn't matter.
Space and time means nothing to a Grim Reaper. So we got Frank Christ Presents coming up with a prize to give you on the way. We got some geek news coming up. Sean Means is going to interrupt your news during Boner of the Day, Gina, to review some
Okay.
movies. So there's that. Have another drink with Jimmy. We got 2 segments, which means he's going to present us a beverage for our weekend and then take your phone calls coming up as well. And Beat Gina is on the way. Let's see. The subject. Gina,
we got?
Back to the Future trivia.
Oh,
You
okay.
have no problem.
Yeah, she's going to crush this.
No problem at all on this. All right, we will take a break and we will be back. It's Play X-TAC, May 27th from noon to 5. The American Preparatory Academy in West Valley City. If you're looking away to kick off the summer with your family, Play X-TAC is hosting a free laser tag event on Saturday, May 27th from 12 to 5 at the American Preparatory Academy in West Valley City. Play X-TAC is an exciting up-and-coming tech startup right out of northern Utah. It's local. There'll be games, contests, raffles, food trucks, a whole lot more. Anybody can come. Play X-TAC is a non-projectile firing alternative to airsoft and paintball. I hear they're a lot of fun. No eye protection is required because it's safer that way, making it perfect for the whole family. So show up, compete in teams, range games, games that will test your accuracy and adaptability. It's a good thing that I won't be there because I would destroy all of you. I'm an excellent shot.
I believe it.
Not to mention that you're going to be entered in for a chance to win your own 2-person Play X-TAC kit and more. So check them out on Facebook at PlayXTAC. That's PLAYXTAC for more details and news and updates on this event on May 27th.
I got an email about Mona, Utah.
You did?
So yesterday we had the mayor of Mona, Don Criddle, and his son Denver, and Don did the state of the city address. What condition Mona, Utah is in, and it's. So we said, I wonder if anybody in Mona hears this, and I know our signal probably gets down there. Well, got this email. Please don't use my name. I know you want to hear from people who live in Mona, Utah, so this probably won't count exactly. I'm really only Mona adjacent. I just can't tell you how much I love when Mona, Utah is featured on your show, but I especially giggled when you mentioned the post office. My husband's grandmother was postmistress of Mona for many years. She was born and raised in Mona, but was gone by the time I married into the family. She's now a permanent resident of the town. God rest her soul. However, whenever she mailed anything, she used half a roll of Scotch tape, sometimes even Elmer's glue, to make sure the envelope was sealed all the way to the edge. Then inside the card, she'd use the other half of roll of tape to secure the dollar bills she was sending. She learned to do this from her experience as postmistress. Necessary because, quote, the people at the post office will read your letters and steal your money, she said, if you don't take these precautions. Now, mind you, she did not appreciate questions about how she knew this.
She saw it happen.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to ask if she was the postmistress. She must knew that it happened. Anyways, that's and please keep me anonymous. I love you. It says.
Oh.
So there you go.
She's my Nebo queen.
It's Denver Criddle.
From Bursting Ponds to the Mona Rope Swing. She steal money from the post.
Yeah, you're getting Denver's getting it there.
Yeah. Mona Reservoir and Mount Nebo trees. How did the Beatles do it?
Denver.
How did the Beatles do it, Daddy? I watched that Beatles documentary, and they just sat down and was able to do it.
Denver, I need you to get in the house, though. If you don't feed the dog, he's going to die.
If you don't feed the dog, he's going to die.
You haven't fed him in 5 days. If you don't feed him today, he's dead. Now get in here.
I thought that dog ran away, Daddy. I'll be honest with you.
So how is it, Denver, that you thought the dog ran away when I put his sorry ass in your room every day?
Well, we went for a walk in the lavender fields.
Out there to young family living.
And he disappeared, and I couldn't find him, so I thought he ran away or got a job at the...
Denver, he did. Denver.
At
Dogs
the
don't get
at the visitor center.
God, my son is an idiot. Denver, dogs don't get jobs. And if he ran away from you at the Young Living Lavender Family Farms, or whatever the hell it is, if he ran away from you, he did. He ran away home back to your bedroom, where he has not been fed in 5 days.
Well, that makes me feel better because I just changed the Mona population numbers on the internet from 1,990.
What?
5 to.
Why would you do that?
Now I got to change it to 1,996 because I thought he was dead.
Listen, Denver. Listen, that's fine. I don't mind if he dies. Who wants a dog named Howitzer anyway?
Who named that dog, Daddy?
Your mother.
Where is Mama, Daddy? Does she work at the visitor center at the Young Living?
No, I'll tell you where she is. I didn't feed her for a few days, and well, things just didn't work out.
I can see why it's very important to feed the dog now, Daddy.
Yeah, get in there and give Howitzer some kibble.
Because if you don't feed the dog, they'll divorce you. And that's very expensive, isn't it, Daddy?
My son thinks he's married to the dog. Well, I don't know. I don't know what you came out of, son. I'm just not sure.
All right.
There you go. Impromptu. Mayor Mona, Don Criddle and his son Denver.
People are begging for a podcast of Don and Denver.
No. I have to go back and look, though. I don't remember Don's wife's name unless I go back and-
LaBlonda.
Is it LaBlonda?
No, I think that's that's either LeVar or LeGrand's. You know, it really doesn't matter. We'll make it LaBlonda. Yeah, sure, it's LaBlonda.
I like LaBlonda.
Yeah, I do too.
Ash from the album Combat Rock, which has so many other better songs on it.
I like that one.
First track, Know Your Rights. I mean, come on. How do you beat that?
Kerry, that's the first bit of music that I purchased with my own money was a 45 of that song.
45?
Really?
Wow.
Oh.
You still have it?
No, I wish I did.
That would be cool.
That would be.
All right. We got Frank Christ Presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine coming up. Stand by for that. But first, some big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by
At Strong Volkswagen, your engine and entire drivetrain is covered for life, no charge, plus paint, dent, and glass repair. Even car washes for life, no charge. StrongVW.com.
Great.
Well, we opened with the tragedy, but Tina Turner, known as the Queen of Rock and Roll for her blistering performances and powerfully gritty vocals, died Wednesday after a long illness at her home. I guess they're not really saying, but the speculation is that she had kidney problems.
I've not heard that. I just know she was 83. That's all.
Yeah, she commented like a month or two ago, not that long ago, on Instagram. She said, "I wish I had taken my blood pressure problems more seriously."
Oh.
She said, "I thought I could control it with diet and exercise, and I didn't want to take medication for it, and I should have," is what she said. So,
okay.
so take your meds, folks. Born Anna Mae Bullock, November 26, 1939, in Nutbush, Tennessee, Turner became famous in the 60s as a singer of the Ike and Tina Turner Revue after leaving her jerk husband. And there's a pretty dramatic story about how that happened. I don't know. Did you guys tell that story this morning?
No, we didn't get a chance to.
So he just beat her mercilessly
Oh, yeah.
and treated her terribly.
He was the worst.
And you would think somebody famous, somebody with money, somebody with means, if they were in a situation like that, they would just leave.
You
Like,
would
why
think.
don't you just leave? You have money. You have... That's how insidious those relationships can be sometimes. She was in a car with him. They were on their way to a hotel, and they were on tour or something. And he did it to her one too many times. Mm-hmm. And she got out of the car on the freeway
Yep.
and ran away from him.
What?
Yeah.
Didn't have a purse, didn't have anything, went to a hotel, was like, "Hey, I'm Tina Turner. I promise I'll get you some money, but I don't have any with me right now." That's how she had to get away from him.
I mean, that's how you get out of that kind of a relationship, I
Yeah.
guess. But no, he was awful. He was just terrible to her. I mean, as talented as he was just so controlling and jealous of her getting the spotlight and all of that. So she
And
finally just had to leave.
her greatest revenge must have been that she went on to be even more famous than she was with him.
Exactly.
180 million albums sold, 12 Grammy Awards, sold out stadium tours all around the world.
Huge star.
I tweeted this out yesterday. There was a bunch of Tina Turner stuff out there yesterday, but the one I really liked was Mike Wallace went to her house in Switzerland
Yeah.
to interview her. Beautiful, gorgeous estate, and they're walking around, and it bugged me because if he were interviewing Mick Jagger, he wouldn't have said this.
Yeah.
He said, "Do you think you deserve all this?"
What?
And she looked at him and she said, "I think I deserve more."
Damn right. Damn right.
But that's such an assy thing to say.
Well,
Because you wouldn't go to Mick Jagger's palatial estate and say, "Well, Mitch, I mean, you're good and everything, but do you think
but
you deserve all
are you
this?"
this good, though?
I don't think you are.
Well, before you brought it up, I was going to ask. I read that she died at her home in Switzerland.
Yeah,
It's in
she lived there.
Switzerland.
She just didn't want to live here anymore, I think.
Yeah.
But it's that documentary on it on HBO Max is, and I'm going to continue to call it HBO Max. I'm sorry.
Because if you say Max, nobody knows.
Nobody
what
knows
it
what I'm
is.
talking
Well,
about.
they're completely different apps.
Yes, exactly. That documentary is really, really informative, and just she tells all the stories, and she doesn't hold back. And people around her who witnessed it all tell the story as well. Because there are some things that she didn't want to go into, but they go to other people.
There was stuff with her kids. She wasn't a great mom because she was on the road all the time.
And she admits it in the doc.
Yeah, and I think that was one of her great sadnesses was, she wasn't there for him like she should have been.
Beyonce is beside herself because Beyonce she says, everything I do is Tina Turner.
Sure.
And so Beyonce is just beside herself when she heard. Anyway,
So there's that.
thank you.
2 men were arrested Wednesday for investigation of attempted murder after police say they shot a man as he was driving away from a low-level drug deal. 10:15 p.m., a man arrived at the St. George Regional Hospital after having been shot 6 times in the right arm. Now you're like, wow, this must have been a really, big time drug. He was buying weed. I mean, anymore is that something that?
You cut out when you were talking about
He was
the
buying
specific thing.
Yeah. Weed.
Oh,
It was just
weed.
weed.
It wasn't. I mean, this shouldn't require a big
No.
a big shootout. I would
No, it
think.
shouldn't.
Police identified 8 people involved in the incident, some of whom told police that the group had intended to rob the man of marijuana. Police said some of the people allegedly involved told them that they planned to steal marijuana from the man who was shot and provided guns to others involved. Again, it shouldn't be that.
Yeah.
Are you telling me this nearly looked like the beginning scene in Old Country for Old Men over a dime
Yes.
bag?
Yeah,
Like,
Yes.
basically, yeah.
Wow.
Ridiculous.
Let's see. Carrie, help me out with time here.
Oh, you're good. One more. Let's see. Yeah, you could do a couple more stories, actually.
Yeah, keep going. Things
Oh,
are easy for you right now.
Let's go while things are working.
Yeah.
Let's make it happen while things are working.
Well, I mean, I was kind of surprised. We were talking a few minutes ago about liquor stores being closed and buying booze for the holiday. Mm-hmm. There's a survey that says 46% of Americans plan on buying booze for Memorial Day. Not even 50%? Only 40%?
Only 40%. Well, these are the ones who were answering honestly,
Yeah.
I think, Because when a stranger just calls your home and goes, "Are you buying booze?"
No. And don't tell my mother.
Well, these days you never know when everything's going to get shut down again. So I think everyone's just gotten used to being stocked up.
Do
all
we
the
just
time.
have a store?
Yeah.
A store in your house.
Yes.
Top celebration plans include, not surprisingly, grilling and barbecuing. 59% of people say that, followed by hosting a party, cooking and baking. Isn't that all the same thing? I mean, let's see. Beer is the top alcohol choice, but spirits and hard seltzers see a jump in popularity. I was going to tell Bill this. Maybe I should save it for next week. You know how he loves his hard seltzers.
He loves his hard seltzer. I don't understand the
Does
appeal.
he really?
I don't get the appeal myself, but he loves them.
Well, and and the mineral water that he loves is Topo Chico.
Yeah.
I saw they now have a Topo Chico seltzer, and maybe I shouldn't tell Bill that because we might never see him again if he finds.
It's okay. We probably can't get it here,
Probably not. More than 3/4 of consumers expect inflation to impact their Memorial Day spending. 34% they expect to not buy as many things because of it. Let's see. Lighter beers and IPAs are the most popular ones, they say. Hot dogs. I mean, all the stuff you expect.
The
Do you need to
typical
do a
stuff.
survey about Memorial Day? And
I don't think you
people
need
buy?
to.
Well,
Unless you're filling for content,
people have hard opinions about IPAs, but they're a go-to because of their strong alcohol content. So there's a lot of bang for your buck.
Jimmy
You
the
wanna
wine guy.
drink less,
Yeah.
but-
Jimmy the wine guy will be here at 7:45.
The trick is you don't eat all day, and then that's the first thing you drink.
Are you on that diet? The models are on? Where
No,
it's just
it-
all beer.
No, it's just I'm on a budget, not a diet.
It's a difference.
Okay.
Let's see. What else do we got?
I don't know. What do you have?
I'm sorry. There's people. Can you hear
I can-
this hotel? Can you hear that?
Yeah, I can hear that. What's going on?
They allow pets in this hotel,
They do?
and I think my next door neighbor has a dog.
Oh, that's good.
So rude of them to have a dog when you're doing a radio show in the
I
I
know,
hotel
know,
room.
right?
Vandalized statue that was repeatedly targeted by vandals who kept stealing. So the statue had a giant penis on it.
Okay.
And
Okay.
vandals have kept stealing it 7 times.
Just the
they-
penis or the
yes.
statue?
Just the
No,
penis.
no, because
The statue's too heavy.
the statue's like 9 feet tall. So if
Yeah.
you just think proportionally, that's just taking the penis would be.
Kids hanging off of it.
What is the proportion of the
What
penis to the 9-foot statue?
Well, he's 9
mean-
foot. Although we can't judge by that because I saw the statue of David in Italy, and he's what, 10 feet?
Yeah.
13 feet?
And he's very reasonably
He's
proportioned.
He's somewhat reasonably proportioned.
How big are his hands? I think that'll give
He
us
had
a
big
good
hands.
reference.
That was the thing. Yeah, David had big hands, but not. So that's a lie if you want to look at the statue.
The statue's called the Grim and Haven Lock, and it proudly stood at the docks of the Grimsby, England for 33 years before it was taken down and locked away after vandals kept stealing its Todger, it says here. This is a British story.
Very British. Todger is British, yeah.
On the 50th anniversary of its erection, the statue, he erected the statue. Its owners have said that it will rise in its full glory once again to celebrate its tenure. 9-foot-tall statue will spend 3 weeks on public display. I don't know if they are going to have like a security guard standing there to make sure nobody steals it, but
You should. And that should be their job. You say, what is my job? You're to make sure that no one steals the penis. That's my job? Yes. It's very important. No slacking off.
are there benefits?
The benefits are is that guy keeps his penis. That's
Sports, weather, traffic?
Go ahead.
Sports. Everybody this last week had their eyes on Brock Lesnar and Cody Rhodes for WWE Monday Night Raw. When the show opened, Lesnar attacked Rhodes as Rhodes was arriving to the arena, and the brutal attack included smashing Rhodes' arm with a beer keg, leaving Rhodes down and screaming. Later in the show, it was speculated that Rhodes may be out for the match, but may be out for the match before Rhodes to answer Lesnar's challenge when Lesnar demanded somebody fill in for Rhodes on Saturday. Obviously, that was a whole debacle, and then Triple H came to the locker room for Rhodes after the fact and asked if he was okay. All the worry about being if Rhodes could participate in the Night of Champions going forward. But
And now you're just saying words now.
Rhodes, despite his injury, in lieu of honor of Triple H's past injuries, is still going to continue to fight Lesnar in Night of Champions. So everybody can breathe a sigh of relief knowing that that's going to
All
I
right.
am. The story is done.
Yeah. He finished the words, and now we know the story is done.
Weather.
Yes.
You got a chance for rain later today, maybe some sprinkles here and there, but all in all, just some clouds, it seems, and that trend is going to continue through the weekend. It seems that we have more chances for rain as we go into Saturday and Sunday. As we get out of Memorial Day weekend, it's going to be nothing but clouds this next week. High of 81 today, high of 80 tomorrow. Going to traffic itself, I just refreshed it, but I'm going to make
Nothing,
absolutely
right?
sure. Absolutely nothing. It's green across the board.
Yeah,
so,
that's why we're not going to be here tomorrow.
Exactly. If you
Y'all,
see something,
y'all
though,
are left out already. We shouldn't be here.
you can say something safely, of course. 33986 is where you can report that. It's all brought to you by Baseco, is the first name in foundation stabilization in Utah. Is that just a crack in the wall, or is it a sign of a major issue? Are your windows or doors sticking? Does any area of the floor slope? Level up with Baseco, Utah's highest quality foundation stabilization and repair. Schedule a free assessment today at baseco.net. That's BASECO.net.
Now is the time to call to play Frank Christ Presents They're Fine. They're Just Fine. Call now, 877-602-9696. What is the prize?
I got Duran tickets.
Duran tickets. If you call now to play Frank Christ Presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine. It's an easy game to play. 877-602-9696.
Ooh.
Frank, I appreciate you getting me your list, even though I'm all the way here in Florida.
Oh, it was easy. I just popped right in. You didn't see me.
Like in a second here, and then the next minute you're there in Salt Lake. It's
Exactly.
amazing.
That's how I work. That's how I roll.
Oh. Well, what?
Tina Turner.
Not just Tina. We'll talk about it later, Frank.
Oh, there
but
were
you
so many.
Very busy yesterday.
Oh, so many yesterday. I didn't even get a chance to sit down.
We'll go through this.
Or I would sit
contest
down, and
quick,
then the pager would go off, and I'd say, "Jesus, I just sat down."
He's our celebrity Grim Reaper, Frank Christ, and he gives us a list once a day with 4 celebrities, 3 of whom are
No, they're
what,
fine.
Frank?
They're just fine.
And one of them is no longer with us, and we have a listener, a
Yes,
contestant
Christy.
on the line.
Christy is here. Christy, are you there?
I'm here.
How are you today?
Fine, just fine.
Thank you.
Very nice. Well done.
Let's go.
Christy, you're playing for Duran tickets. Here is your list. You just need to tell us which one is not fine, okay?
Sure.
a list of famous folk singers. Number 1 is Buffy St. Marie, a Canadian-American singer-songwriter, Oscar-winning composer. She won an Academy Award for Love Lift Us Up Where We Belong. That's number 1. Number 2, Richard Thompson, Englishman. His career goes back to the late 60s. He and then-wife Linda Thompson did 6 records together, including critically acclaimed I Want to See the Bright Lights and Shoot Out the Lights. They divorced, and Thompson continued with an acclaimed solo career. Number 3, Janice Ian had a hit song in 1967 at age 14 called Society's Child, and then 10 years later, at 17, she was the first musical guest on Saturday Night Live in 1975. And finally, Nick Drake. He had little or no success early on in his life. Later on in his life, he was beloved by Robert Smith, by The Cure, and Peter Buck, R.E.M., and Dream Academy, who wrote the song Life in a Northern Town about Nick Drake. Christy, can you tell us which one of those folks are no longer fine?
Let's try number 4.
Oh, no, wait, that is correct.
Yes, that's right.
That is correct. Nick Drake.
He died of an overdose at a very young age of 24. So, Nick Drake. Christy, you're absolutely right. You won those Duran Duran tickets.
Congratulations.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Well, we'll put you on hold, and someone will help you. Someone will help you get those tickets. Oh, God, I'm tired.
It's a holiday weekend, Frank. Maybe you get a break.
So busy yesterday. Has anyone seen Ian McKellen?
No.
Surrean. You stay away from
He's
him.
84. Need I remind you, Tina Turner, 83.
Yeah.
Connie Selikas, 68. There we go.
You can get her. Go
I'll
ahead.
go and
She's
pay a
married to
visit.
John Tesh.
Oh, maybe a
A
hat
twofer.
trick. Yes. Bye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Frank.
All right, KXRK Provo. Right after these, we got some geek news for you. We have Boner of the Day on the way. Stand by for all of that.
I was so nervous to talk about it, Robin. I mean, they're so secretive, those two.
Oh, I know, Howard.
The only reason I knew was because I've been asked to. They asked me to make a speech.
They did what?
Yeah,
Howard?
they asked me to make a speech, Robin.
Oh,
Evidently, I'm in demand. I mean, I'm very friendly with Justin, you know. I mean, I like him very much. I like him.
well, I knew that you had his phone number.
Well, I really like him. I even said in my speech to them that if one of my daughters brought home a guy like Justin, I'd be pretty pleased. I mean, except for the Essie tattoos. He's got some hugging weird ones, but except for the fact that I gave him a journal to draw in, and he draws pictures of dead zombie babies with blood dripping out of their head on almost every page. I said those two things might disturb me, but aside from that, Robin.
You said all these things at the wedding?
No, I didn't say those in the speech. I was miserable at having to speak at the couple's reception.
But you should have been honored, Howard.
Well, I was just worried about it, but I had everybody laughing. Everybody was laughing. They had these little tiny chairs. There was a table, and then when you sit down, and the chairs are like these little poofs. These little pillow poofs.
Oh, I love those kind of chairs.
Yeah, I know you do, Robin. That's because you got a big ass.
Oh, Howard.
But I love your ass, Robin. It's a big wide ass, and I know you like
Let's
those.
get back to the wedding now,
All right,
Howard,
all
not
right.
my ass.
Well, I'm 6 foot hugging feet. I'm a grown man with a skinny ass, Robin. I got a skinny ass, not a big wide ass like your ass.
Back to the wedding.
All right.
Did you at least toast the cup? Oh, this is going.
I love the Howard Stern show, by the way.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Your Jack Daniels bottle is empty, and you're all out of ammunition. What are you going to do? Well, don't panic. Come on down to Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns. At Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns, that's all we sell, liquor and guns. We feature a full line of liquor from exotic fine wines all the way up to the real hard stuff, too. We also feature a full line of guns and ammo, from small caliber handguns all the way up to semi-automatic weapons. Best of all, you'll get a case of Radio from Hell brand canned chili absolutely free with each and every purchase over $50.
Hi, we're Carrie and Bill.
And we're Carrie and Bill.
We know just how frustrating it can be to run out of liquor or ammo at odd hours.
That's why Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns is only open between midnight and 6 a.m. Monday through Thursday.
And from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
To find Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns, just call 555-1212 and ask for Ricky. He'll arrange to meet you.
Then, after a brief shakedown and blindfolding, Ricky will lead you directly to Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns.
Helping you continue the fine old Utah tradition of getting drunk and shooting up the place, it's Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns for all your liquor and gun needs.
Text us at 33986.
And remember those numbers, you're going to need them to vote for Boner of the Day coming up in our next break. Stand by for that. Right now, some geek news brought to you by...
Don't miss the Mitten Dirch Mental Health and Awareness Festival happening this Saturday, May 27th at Ogden Amphitheater, featuring live music from Foreign Figures, Blind Love, and Future Ex-Boyfriend. Get your tickets at Eventbrite.com.
Thank you. All right. Got a couple of really good trailers for you today. And I curate these because I know you don't work at work. You just play on the internet at work. So that's why these are here. We got our final Flash trailer. And that's how you find it. You just go, The Flash Final Trailer. Search it on your Google machine, and it'll pop right up. And it gives us even more. I know there's a big argument now about people wanting to watch trailers or not.
Is there?
I have two friends who don't want to see any trailer.
Not even a little taste?
Not even a taste,
Like,
no.
not spoilery, just sort of give you a feel?
Not even a feel. Because they're worried that the film company is going to put stuff in there that is going to ruin something.
Okay, I guess.
And that could be said about this trailer, the final Flash trailer. But here we go.
Hi.
I love you.
Thank you.
Passing you into Mr. Wayne.
No, please don't.
I need you here now, Barry.
Now, see, that's why I say that this may be a spoiler, in that we knew that Batfleck was going to be in this movie, but apparently he's going to be in it a little bit more than we thought. We thought it was just going to be a brief moment, but no.
I can save people.
So the deal is that Barry figures out that he can travel through time using his Speed Force.
Sure.
And he's thinking to himself, not only can I go back and save my mother, who was killed, that's part of the origin of the Flash, if you're not familiar.
Right.
I can set things right with all this other stuff that has happened. You know, General Zod, all of that stuff throughout all the movies.
And he does that?
Well, he tries.
Oh.
And that's how we get to Michael Keaton as Batman.
This world must die. I'm not going to lose there again.
So and we get a really good look at Supergirl, and she is awesome. Wow, she is amazing. Anyway, June 16th in theaters. There is another cameo in this movie that is not in the trailers that leaked out. I'm not going to tell you who it is.
You want to get nuts?
Because
Let's get nuts.
It's a real mind blower. Stay away
it's
from.
not in the trailer.
It's not in the trailer,
Okay.
but it is out there on social media. The director himself said it,
Really?
accidentally in an interview.
Okay.
And I would just say avoid all social media before you see the Flash.
It's Scrappy Doo, isn't it?
Gina, I won't lie to you. It's about out there.
Okay.
It's as out there as that. All right. It's so out there that you're going to go, huh?
I know Ezra Miller is a turd, but this is the funnest DC trailer that I've watched in quite some time.
Well, exactly.
I feel the same way. I love him as the Flash, and I'm sad
Well,
that he's the Flash now.
But now you know, apparently this is why Warner Brothers kept him, you know, and they kept this movie instead of trashing it, because they've got a lot of faith in it. And everyone that I've talked to who has seen it has said this is the superhero movie of the summer, possibly the year.
Okay.
As good as Guardians 3 is, they're saying this is the one. I don't know. We'll see. Show me what you got is the way I always approach these things. We did get another trailer for my favorite TV show, Star Trek Strange New Worlds. We get in Season 2, June 15th on Paramount+. And let's see, we got, where's my audio? It should be here. Oh, there it is. You gotta turn it on to hear it.
You're gonna start the engine sometime soon, Erica?
Don't worry. I did this 100 times during the war.
Now, this trailer teases the crossover episode. What crossover, you ask? Well, let me help you out a little bit here. Please. Okay. So Strange New Worlds takes place a few years before Captain Kirk takes over the Enterprise. So this is the original Enterprise with Captain Pike in charge, and he did, many years before Kirk took over. Now, another Star Trek show, Lower Decks, which is a show that Lee George Cade and I invented 30 years ago, but that's another story.
Okay. That's the animated one,
It's the animated one.
Yeah.
Somehow they're going to cross over those two shows. How? I don't know. One's animated, and the animated one takes place in the what we could call the current Star Trek timeline, the Next Generation timeline.
Sure.
So how not only animation and these times are going to meet. Oh, by the way, it's the live-action actors who play the animated voices on the show that are going to be in Star Trek Strange New Worlds. And you can see them on this new trailer. A little confusing, I know. But there you go. Also, if you've got a lot of money and you want to buy Princess Leia's dress, the one from...
Which one?
Yeah. From A New Hope in the medal ceremony scene.
Okay.
So
With the little hood?
No, not the one with the hood. This is the low-cut neck thing, when she puts the medals on everybody but Chewbacca.
Oh,
because,
when she's got the big braids.
Yes.
With the big braids, yeah, because Chewie didn't deserve a medal.
Right. I've seen that clip.
That is going up for auction this coming weekend, and it is expected to snatch, let's see, $2 million.
Oh. Will the value go up when somebody spills a cocktail on it at the Halloween party?
Oh, yes, I'm sure. Tragedy this week, a geek mainstay, Ray Stevenson, died. He was, of course, in Thor. He was in RRR. He was the bad guy in that.
Mm-hmm.
He was the second best Punisher that there ever was in Punisher Warzone. Great little gem that no one has seen except for a few of us. And he is in this new Star Wars TV series, Ahsoka, as a bad guy coming up. So tragedy there. Finally, the strangest pairing that you will encounter. All right, first of all, if I say a Minecraft movie, you're going to go, all right.
Yeah.
I guess.
Tell me more. Starring Jason Momoa and Matt Berry.
Okay.
Matt Berry from What We Do in the Shadows.
Yeah. Bat! In a way, they're both kind of built like bricks, so it makes sense.
Okay, yeah. Well, anyway, there you go. That's the weirdest casting I've seen this...
Is it animated?
Well, this year. No, it's live action. Yeah, weird. Traffic.
I'm trying to get my head around Minecraft lore that they could build a movie out of. Taking a peek at that on the roadways. I'm not seeing anything on the roadways. Maybe UDOT just isn't updating. Maybe there truly is nothing. But you can always say something.
I think they've locked the doors and went home.
Yeah, prove me wrong. 33986 is where you can send that.
And now one of my favorite Matt Berry drops, just for you. Please.
New York City.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Gina, we do have Boner of the Day and Big Boy News in our next break. What do we got?
And movie reviews.
And
apparently,
yes,
too.
Sean is going to interrupt your news with movie reviews. So
all of my boner candidates today are food related.
Ooh.
Boner candidate number 1, better pizza, better salmonella, Papa John's. Boner candidate number 2, that's the rub. And boner candidate number 3, Hot Pocket.
All right, boners, Big Boy News, all coming up. Stand by for all of that. Vobev, go to vobev.com/career fair. Now, on June 2nd, between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m., they're having their career fair. This is at 5454 West, 150 South, and part of that career fair is Radio from Hell Broadcasting Live from Vobev that day. That's June 2nd. That's a Friday when we're going to do that. With the right people on their team, Vobev knows that they can achieve extraordinary results, and as the new kids on the block, they're intentionally building a culture of engagement and inclusion right from the start. They're committed to training and advancing the careers of those showing potential, demonstrating strong performance. Vobev is hosting a job fair June 2nd, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. to find qualified candidates responsible for the safe and efficient operation of moderately complex computer-operated and high-speed machinery. So if you're technically inclined, detail-oriented, willing to learn and work collaboratively with others on their night shift from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. on a 2-2-3 rotation every other weekend off, this could be for you. Vobev offers competitive benefit package including medical, dental, vision, disability, life insurance, 401k, PTO, holidays, and night shift differential base plus $2 per hour. Go and see them. June 2nd, Vobev. Go to vobev.com/career fair for more information.
Beans, I love beans.
Unless we Utahns are diligent, our taxes will be raised without our knowledge. Did you know that right now there's an organization who thinks they know better than you how to save Utah schools? This group wants to raise your taxes. Wouldn't you agree that's just not right? Well, so does Republican Representative Arthur McCarty from Roadside Table, Utah. He began the group opposed to the suggested 10-cent Jell-O tax. Citizens against People for Alternative Revenue Tax Income believe that not only is the proposed Jell-O tax wrong, it's also cost prohibitive. The state would have to establish a Jell-O commission and then open costly state-run Jell-O stores. And then it's only a matter of time before racketeers would begin smuggling in gelatin from neighboring states. Taxing green gelatin would also place an unfair burden on those people who mostly buy this product. Large LDS families, already on a tight budget, would end up paying for a greater portion of public education than would people with no children at all. And that's just not fair.
Hello, I'm Republican Representative Arthur McCarty. Please call your state legislatures and tell them to vote N-O on the green Jell-O tax. It's time to get big government off our backs.
Paid for by Citizens Against People for Alternative Revenue Tax Income.
Come to J.R. Tallywhackers, down on J.R. Tallywhackers. It's a great, big, beautiful joint.
If you like sausage, you'll love the brand new restaurant we've erected in Salt Lake City. Hi, I'm Rod Johnson, manager of J.R. Tallywhackers, where we're serving up lots of hot food and lots of hot fun.
Mine was so big I had to use 2 hands, and our order came so fast.
Tallywhackers is fun. Our waiters, Neil and Bob, slap the sausage into our buns right at the table. Protein shakes were thick and creamy, and there's always plenty of mayo. I'll come again and again.
All of our J.R. Tallywhacker handsome young waiters are selected through a rigid screening process. We make sure they're stacked and packed and ready for service. And you can't beat our food.
I'm only here for the food.
I love the casual atmosphere.
We're not just another restaurant with stuff on the walls. We're packing something special. We don't even have chairs at Tallywhackers. You just come on in and kneel at your table.
I always leave feeling so satisfied.
Try J.R. Tallywhackers' grand opening special, 99-cent footlongs, or try our all-you-can-eat buffet. I can't believe you're not eating at J.R. Tallywhackers.
Come to J.R. Tallywhackers, down on J.R. Tallywhackers. It's a great, big, beautiful joint.
Swing on in.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
Claps. C-L-A-P-S. Claps. With special thanks to Brett Favre for suggesting some time ago that we revisit this word. And to do that, here is the mayor of Mona, Utah, Don Criddle, and his boy Denver. Again, the word is claps.
Denver, you know as much as I know that Mona is a very small Utah town. And as such, I, Don Criddle, as the mayor of Mona, also have to do other city jobs.
You like being the city garbage man, don't you, Daddy?
Well, as a matter of fact, son, I don't mind that at all. I find all kinds of good stuff to bring home to us. But it's some of the other jobs that give me a pain in the you-know-where.
You mean being in charge of the waterworks and being the Mona City building inspector gives you a pain in the ass?
Denver! Oh. In our family, we do not say a blank blank. Unless we're reading the Bible.
Oh.
And even then we say it real low. You know, like in the Old Testament when it says, and Balaam rose up in the morning and saddled his ass and then went with the princes of Moab. You just say it's a pain in the you-know-where. Most folks will catch your meaning.
Okay, Daddy. But why don't you like being the Mona City building inspector? Ain't it fun telling people that their project is all wrong and they got to tear it down and start over?
Well, sometimes yes and sometimes no. Like right now, it's a no. Son, what are you building here in our backyard?
Well, I'm building an acting stage, Daddy. A stage for doing shows and play acting on. I went to a show down to the Nephi City Rec Center, and it was so exciting. Some men dressed up like pretty ladies, singing songs, and then everybody claps. I want to be an actor, Daddy. I want to sing some songs, so everybody claps. That's why I'm building this acting stage, so I can invite the town for my show. I can hear it now. When I sing my songs, the whole town claps for me, Denver Criddle, actor.
Firstly, son of mine, there ain't never gonna be that kind of show here in Mona City. And secondly, there ain't never been actors in the Criddle family line, and there ain't never gonna be either, if you catch my meaning. And thirdly, that stage you are building is rickety and dangerous. So in my role as Mona City building inspector, this is a stop work order. Tear that stage down.
But, Daddy!
That is an order. Besides, the way you've been building it, if a person was to set foot on that stage, why, the whole thing would just collapse. It would collapse, I tell you, and then me and your mother'd be the ones liable. So down it comes, Olivier. Oh, and make sure you straighten all them pulled nails so we can reuse them, too.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Midnight Oil. Great band. I've seen them live like 3 times. Sad to hear they're breaking up. Anyway, Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst. Which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today. It is May 25, 2023. We'll give you 2 candidates now. A third after the news. Well, not news, movie reviews with Sean Means. And then we'll let you vote. One of you random Boner voters will receive
a Boner T-shirt.
All right. Go ahead, Gina.
Boner candidate number 1. Better ingredients, better pizza, better salmonella, Papa John's. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, along with state and federal agencies, are investigating reports of 18 salmonella infections in at least half a dozen states that may have come from raw cookie dough sold at Papa Murphy's. People have been sickened in Washington, Oregon, Idaho, California, Missouri, and Utah.
Wait, here's, okay. Because you said
why.
Papa Murphy's, but
Yeah.
it's Papa John's. I thought that was that's a different thing.
right.
Yeah, you're saying.
Oh, no.
Did you say Papa Murphy's?
I did.
No, Papa
no, it's
Murphy's
all
is a different
wrong.
thing.
Oh, man.
That's a different thing.
I wanted to stick it to Papa John. Papa Murphy's are nice. Oh, now I feel bad.
Well, it's not an advertisement for Papa Murphy's, so it's not sticking up to Papa John's still.
Okay, well, I apologize. It was a rough morning, as you well know. Shoot. Oh well, it's still the fact that you can get salmonella and from Papa Murphy's.
I like their cookie
interviews
dough,
with
though.
sick people show that raw cookie dough sold at Papa Murphy's take and bake pizza stores may be contaminated. People reported eating the cookie dough raw.
That's what
the
I
CD
do.
says. But this is why you're not supposed to, because this can happen.
Yeah.
So who's the boner? Papa Murphy's for selling it, or the people for eating raw cookie dough?
Both, I guess.
Yeah.
6 people in Washington, 4 in Idaho, 4 in Oregon have become sick. Utah says 2 people have become ill here,
I will
so.
unapologetically eat Papa Murphy's cookie dough. Raw.
Yeah? Even after
and
this
I
story?
do some. I'll go down to pick up the pizza, and while I'm waiting, I'll grab a tub of it.
You were just out 2 weeks. Let's not.
I know.
Yeah, let's
do
not
it again.
tempt fate. So that's boner candidate number 1 of all of that. Boner candidate number 2. Well, that's the rub, isn't it? Pinellas Park, Florida. A Florida man is facing a domestic battery charge for allegedly twice striking his girlfriend in the face with a steak, blows that left the victim with seasoning on her cheek. I don't know if it was a rub. I was
going to say, you said steak, and I pictured like the tent spikes or something, but no, an actual
actual
cut of
steak.
meat. Okay.
Cops say Joshua Dumar, 32, and the 29-year-old victim were arguing Sunday night in Pinellas Park, residence where the attack occurred. At one point, the woman locked the man out of the home, but later he came back inside. According to the arrest affidavit, the woman was lying on the couch when Dumar picked up a steak and smacked the victim 2 times in the left cheek, leaving a seasoning residue from the steak on the victim's cheek.
It's the meat slapping dance.
It's the meat slapping. It was captured on Ring camera as well. Boner candidate number 2. Well, that's the rub, isn't it?
You go to war with the steak that's in your hand. All right.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets. Candidate number 3 coming up after this. Movie reviews with Sean Means, brought to you by
Magic's first ever mini set, March of the Machine Aftermath, is now on sale at Haster Games. This game features wonderful brand new cards and finalizes the Phyrexian invasion arc of the MTG story. Drop by our store or browse at hastergames.com.
All right. Now this is a tease. This isn't a giveaway. I want people to give them a reason to stick around. We got a rare Sean Means 4 stars coming up.
Oh.
Not going to say what the movie is yet. You have to listen. But Sean Means is here, of course, to review movies. And there are, it looks like, 4 opening this weekend, Sean. Let's begin with the artsies.
Yep, we got one art house movie, The Starling Girl.
Starling Girl.
This was at Sundance. It's about a 17-year-old Christian girl finds herself having thoughts that a good Christian girl shouldn't be thinking.
Uh-oh.
Because, she's 17 and things are happening. It gets tougher for her when her congregation's youth pastor, who's in his 20s and married, starts getting too close. This is a really powerful stuff. The director actually based this on parts of her own life.
Oh.
The girl at the center is the reason to see this movie, the reason why it works. Eliza Scanlon is the actress. If you saw the Greta Gerwig Little Women, she was Beth.
She was Beth.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, the one what dies. Sorry,
Hey.
spoiler.
Well, come on.
Not going to spoilers on Little Women. Come on. She's amazing on this one in this movie. 3.5 stars for The Starling Girl. It's at the Broadway and at the Megaplex at the District.
Oh, okay. 3.5 for The Starling Girl. All right. On to the fartsies. About My Father.
Yeah. I don't think you play drops of Sebastian Maniscalco.
No.
No.
He's one note to me.
Yes.
He is. He does this character voice thing.
Yeah.
Sebastian Maniscalco.
Yeah.
And he invades my Facebook ads.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Now imagine a 90-minute movie like that.
Ooh. Yeah, I don't care.
He is one of the most successful comics around. And he plays arenas and so on. But the stand-up delivery you do when you're in an arena, that's what he's doing in the movie.
Oh, that's worse. You don't do that. You don't do that.
So About My Father, he plays a hotel manager in Chicago. He's a little embarrassed by his dad, who's first-generation immigrant from Sicily, played by Robert De Niro. He has a girlfriend played by Leslie Bibb. Their family goes all the way back to the Mayflower. They're very waspy rich.
All right.
And so these families get together, and it's going to be wacky, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Cultures will clash.
Yes. If you've seen the trailer, you've seen the closest thing to the movie what the movie has to actual jokes.
Yeah.
And it's just weak. Even De Niro cannot save this thing.
I mean, this guy is incredibly popular and just zero interest to me.
Yeah.
Just nothing there for me.
Yeah, 1.5 stars for this.
It's a really strong cast behind him too.
It is.
Like Leslie Bibb, Kim Cattrall.
Kim Cattrall as her mom. It's
Well, they all stepped up because they went, this guy's extremely popular. We should be in his movie. But
exactly.
Anders Holmvik from Workaholics, David Rash, who's in Succession right now. That is rough.
Anyway, About My Father, 1.5, and it's playing everywhere, unfortunately.
So, also playing everywhere, Little Mermaid.
Yeah, I wish I could say I liked Little Mermaid better than it is. I wish it was better than it is.
Now, I hear that Halle Bailey is great.
She's amazing. The casting is the good part about this movie.
Yes.
Halle Bailey is really great as Ariel, and she's got the pipes, she's got the charm, she's got it all.
Mm-hmm.
And
she's going to be a big star.
She's going to be a big star. She's actually in the Color Purple musical that's coming out at Christmas.
Okay.
That trailer just came out the other day. Melissa McCarthy as Ursula, the Sea Witch. Great casting. She brings it really well. Unfortunately, you can't see her because it's too dark. The cinematography is too murky. And I should say cinematography and computer animation.
And we were talking off mic because I said Melissa McCarthy I thought did great, but it's hard to follow Pat Carroll.
Yeah, in the original, in the '89 animated, Pat Carroll was such an amazing performance.
Just her voice, yeah. So good.
So we know the story here. Ariel disobeys her father, King Triton, goes up to the surface to look at those humans, falls in love with Prince Eric, and wants to be with him. So she makes a deal with the Sea Witch to get legs, but then has to give up her voice in the process. So,
is there a dingle hopper in it?
There's a dingle hopper.
Okay.
Everything you want in this, everything that was in the original that you barely recognize is in this movie. Even Jodie Benson. There's the obligatory cameo from the original.
Of course.
They decide. The thing is, there are some things that are out. Some of the lyrics from the first movie are gone because they decided "Kiss the Girl" wasn't consensual enough.
It really isn't.
No, it's not. And some of the lines from
Ursula's
Poor
Song?
Unfortunate Souls are a little rough. By current standards. So, and unfortunately, those are also the funny lines. And actually, the funniest song in the original, Le Poisson, the crazy chef thing, which as I was talking to Scott Renshaw the other day, that actually was sort of the first draft of Be Our Guest.
Oh, really?
I mean, the same rhythm of the song, same and all that.
I see. Now I'm gonna have to go back and listen now.
And it's one of the funniest bits, and it's about the mad chef trying to kill all the seafood, right?
Yeah.
And Sebastian having to dodge the knives and so on. Here's where the problem comes in. Instead of Sebastian looking like a cute, plushy cartoon character, he looks like an actual crab.
I was going to ask about this.
And so the reason not to do Le Poissons is because you think he would look better with melted butter.
Oh.
He would, yes.
And so there's not a lot of fun in here. They take everything way too seriously. They really overload on the computer animation of the sea creatures. And the one new song they add is sort of a rap. Lin-Manuel Miranda wrote a rap for Scuttle and Sebastian.
Okay.
And so you've got Lin-Manuel Miranda writing a rap for Awkwafina and Daveed Diggs, who do the voices of those characters.
Okay.
It should be a lot better with that much talent.
I was
going to
say that should work.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
two stars.
2
for
stars.
Little
Okay,
Mermaid.
let's get to the 4-star. I want to know what it is.
Well, it's starring America's sweetheart, Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
Yes. The movie is called You Hurt My Feelings. Julia Louis-Dreyfus plays a New York novelist who's working on her latest book. Her husband, played by Tobias Menzies, who you would know as young Prince Philip on The Crown.
Okay.
Yeah. He's a therapist, and they're both worried that they're not doing as well at their jobs at the moment as they probably could be.
Okay.
There's some great scenes where the therapist is talking to this married couple who are constantly bickering, played by David Cross and Amber Tamblyn,
who are married.
Who are actually married.
Who are married.
And we haven't seen Amber in a while. And
No, it's been a while.
It took me a second to recognize her.
I mean, I'd go just for that.
Yeah.
You know?
that is great. So she's writing this book, and one day she and her sister come upon the husband and their husbands at a store, and before they can go up and say hi, they overhear the conversation, and the husband is telling his brother-in-law the new book isn't very good.
Oh no.
And so that
Yeah.
That puts a wedge in the relationship, and it's like, you know, how long has he been lying to me? How long does he really not like my stuff? And what else has he been lying? What else has he been lying to me about?
Oh, it just starts a steamrolling.
It is this great sort of comedy about, you know, manners and microaggressions and whether a comforting lie is better than an uncomfortable truth.
Mm-hmm.
And in this family dynamic, it is so funny. It is so sharp. Written and directed by Nicole Holofcener, who did 10 years ago. She did Enough Said with Julia Louis-Dreyfus and,
Oh, yeah.
and James Gandolfini.
Oh.
So it is really funny. It is really sharp. It is really sweet.
And Julie Louis-Dreyfus can do no wrong.
Julia.
Love her.
She is sort of, she has this thing where she has, can capture women of a certain age in this urban, sophisticated intellectual types. She's great. Michaela Watkins plays her sister. She is the sort of stealth MVP of this thing.
Wow.
As she usually is. If you notice, if you ever see a great movie, you see a great comedy, Michaela Watkins is somehow involved in it somehow. This is really funny, and I just loved it. So,
all right.
4 stars.
4 stars.
I'm worried. I'm worried it's a not so rare 4 stars these days. But
well, no. I mean, how many this year have you?
4 or 5.
Okay, but we're only in May.
Yeah. So it's playing at the Broadway and at several of the megaplexes. It's called You Hurt My Feelings.
Can't wait to see it.
So fun.
All right. What do we got next week, Sean?
Next week, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse.
Oh, been looking forward to this one. Yes.
So yes, the animated. The social media responses were out yesterday, and it was like rapturous. So
well, the first one was just it's probably one of the best comic book movies made.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then also we have The Boogeyman, which is a horror thriller based on Stephen King short story.
Oh yes. Okay. Curious about that one. Probably won't be screened for you guys.
Saw it the other day.
Oh, you did? Mm-hmm. Okay, good. That's rare that they do the horror movie. All right. Sean Means, read his stuff, moviecricket.net. And, of course, the Salt Lake Tribune. Thank you very much. Traffic.
Oh,
Traffic.
wait.
What?
I got Boner Candidate number 3
we'll
still.
we'll do traffic, and then we'll do Boner Candidate number 3.
Okay.
There is something to report, so I'm glad you're throwing it over to me. Down in Draper, northbound I-15, there is a car stalled in the center lane, causing a slew of issues over there. I've had several people text in about that, but outside of it, I'm not seeing much. 33986 is where you can report anything I am not reporting on. Thank you for that.
All right, thank you. Boner Candidate number 3 now.
Hot Pocket. Jefferson County, Kentucky. A man shot his roommate in the buttocks after the victim ate the last Hot Pocket in the freezer.
What else was he supposed to do? He ate the last Hot Pocket.
According to cops who arrested the gunman for assault, as alleged in the court citation, Clifton Williams, 64 years old, and the male victim got into an argument Saturday evening at the Louisville residence they share. Quote, victim states his roommate, Mr. Williams, got mad. He ate the last Hot Pocket, the officer noted.
That's in the notes.
When Williams began, quote, throwing tiles at him, the victim told police he then attempted to fight back by trying to, quote, beat his ass. The victim said when he began to depart the property, Williams retrieved a handgun from inside the home, came outside. The man yelled, don't shoot, but Williams shot him in the ass as he was trying to leave. This is all in the report. The roommate told police he fled a few blocks from home to get help. The man who survived the shooting was transported to the hospital. I do not know what type of Hot Pocket it was, but it was the last Hot Pocket.
That's a lot of information to swallow, but I'm kind of stuck on that he was throwing tiles at him
That's just what it says.
Whatever weapon you have in your hands. I mean, Candidate 2 was a steak, so. All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner Candidate number 1 is folks that eat raw cookie dough and Papa Murphy's for selling it, I guess. Boner Candidate number 2, a guy fighting with his girlfriend with a steak that had seasoning on it, and the reason they know that is her face was covered with seasoning after he slapped her with it. And Boner Candidate number 3, you just heard it, Hot Pocket.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates. Which one is the worst? Which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today, May 25, 2023? 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call Katie in the producer's booth. She'll take your live voice vote if she isn't out playing with that little baby owl. 877-602-9696 is the number to call. Or you can go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, May 25, 2023, and vote there. If you don't see the box, refresh your browser. It'll appear. Click and vote. All right, you've got less than 5 minutes to do it. Now, don't forget, as soon as we award the Boner, Jimmy the Wine Guy will be here. Jimmy Santangelo. Have another drink with Jimmy. Coming up. Stand by. Greetings, friends.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who, at the age of 19, have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find Butch and Lehigh on Starbase 182 around lunchtime.
Hey, Lehigh, what's up? You haven't been yourself lately. You seem a little under the weather. Here, I replicated you some lunch. This should put you back on your feet. It's your favorite.
Oh, plomeek soup?
No, macaroni and cheese with little hot dog bits in it. Man, you are sick. I'm taking you to the sick bay.
Are you sure that would be the logical thing to do?
Oh, come on.
Very interesting.
What is it, Doc? What's wrong with Lehigh?
Elder Christiansen here is suffering from plateau.
Plateau? What on earth is that?
Not plateau, plateau.
Oh.
The blood fever. It's not of Earth, my dear Butch. It's a Vulcan disorder. Lehigh here is in the early stages of Ponfar.
But, Doc, look at my companion. I mean, his ears aren't pointy. The blood sample you took from him was red, not green. He's not a Vulcan.
Have the two of you come in contact with any Vulcans recently?
Well, we met with that nice Ambassador Spock fella.
Was there anything unusual about this meeting?
No, we talked for a while. He mind melded with Lehigh and then sent us packing like everybody else.
Mind melded with a Vulcan? Oh, dear.
Well, he said it would be the fastest way for us to tell him about the gospel.
Now, what's this got to do with Lehigh losing his appetite and then resetting the environmental controls in our apartment up to Moab standard temperatures?
Ponfar is the Vulcan mating ritual. Unless the individual who's suffering from the blood fever gets to Vulcan in time, he will die.
I still don't understand how Lehigh contracted this blood fever thing anyway.
The Vulcan who did the mind meld must have transferred it into Lehigh's mind during the meld. No matter how he contracted it, you must get to Vulcan within the next 72 hours or your companion will be dead.
Okay, Vulcan it is. Come on, Lehigh, we better get going.
But Vulcan isn't in our Tracton area. We're not supposed to go outside of this quadrant. You know the rules. Zone Leader Hansen would never approve of us making a personal visit to Vulcan.
Oh, to heck with Hansen. They can send us both home if they want to. I just want to make sure you go home breathing.
Will our elders get to Vulcan in time to save Lehigh? Will Zone Leader Hansen get them sent home for leaving the quadrant? Will Ambassador Spock apologize for giving Lehigh plateau? What is exactly in plomeek soup anyway? Tune in next time to hear Butch say...
Hold on, Lehigh. Just a couple more hours and we'll be on Vulcan.
Butch, wouldn't it be more logical to reduce our speed to warp 6 in order to make the best possible speed while reducing the stress on the dilithium crystals?
Oh.
On the next mind-melding episode of Space Elders!
to play X96.
All right, we got to have another drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy coming up just as soon as we award Boner of the Day, Gina.
And it's brought to you in part by Not a Damn Thing.
No?
When you get in at midnight, nothing is open.
There's no room service? Or
No.
it's not even like an IHOP nearby or anything?
No. I still haven't had anything. I'm starving.
What?
Waffle House?
Not even a Waffle House?
Order some room service. Billy, it's
Yes.
on air. You deserve it.
DoorDash.
There's no room service.
You got
here.
DoorDash.
Go to the Continental Breakfast downstairs in the
Yeah.
commercial break.
They have a waffle
Okay.
iron down there? Anyway.
And?
And, oh yeah. Fat Jack's Burger Emporium, home of the Joseph Smith Fan Club, Mormon-approved burger, and the new Secret Boner Burger with pepper jack, candy bacon, and chipotle ranch. The thing that dreams are made of, Fat Jack's on West Temple and 2nd South.
All right. Gina?
Oh, sorry. That's me.
She's focusing on her grumbling, tumbling.
I see why all the boner candidates were food-based now.
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Boner candidate number 1 was my mistake. It was Papa Murphy's, not Papa
And
John's.
nobody cared about voting for that
nobody
one
cared
because
about
everyone's with me. We eat raw cookie dough. We don't unapologetically.
And almost nobody cared about hitting the girlfriend in the face with a steak and leaving seasoning all over her cheek. Most people cared about number 3, though. Hot Pocket. We're fighting over the last Hot Pocket.
Yep, that's your boner of the day for today, May 25, 2023. Now qualified to be boner of the week. Dave, the flower guy, will be here at 9:50 to tell us who boner of the week is. We don't vote. It's just by Acratic command he decides. Have another drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy, brought to you by.
Do you have the sponsor?
I
it's
thought
me
you.
this time.
I thought you.
I was confused about what we talked about off air. Brought to you by Rocky Mountain Mixers, your locally owned and operated mixers and more store, offering Utah's widest selection of mixers in one location, located just east of Cottonwood Heights Liquor Store on Fort Union Boulevard, or visit us online at rockymixers.com.
Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink and you feel alright. If you feel down and you're under the weather, have another drink and you feel alright.
WineAcademyofUtah.com. That's the website. You can go and see what Jimmy is up to these days.
Up to a lot these days.
Yes. You've got some events coming up. We'll talk about the events coming up. But
We're really excited. Memorial Day is coming up, so we have you all dialed in on what to buy. We have, not only can you get your supplies at Rocky Mountain Mixer Supplies over there in Fort Union, but we are featuring the beverages from Beehive Distillery.
These are great.
These are great. These are their canned cocktails, and they have an offshoot called Distillation Distillery. Or Desolation. I always throw a T in there. Desolation Distillery. And these are, many of you have had them before.
Yes, I'm a big fan of all three of these.
Big fan of all three of these. And these are perfect. So we're featuring the Moscow Mule, the Gin Ricky, and the Juice Weasel. So these are all canned products. And in the can, if you have them in the can, this is a 12-ounce can. These are 9% alcohol, so 350 ml. And so it packs a bit of a punch, and they're very shareable.
Which is why you should share. You really should.
You have them in the can. They're a quick chill, very portable. They're not breakable. They're not going to shatter if they fall down. And a lot of people are going camping. And
I was going to say picnic, that kind of thing.
Picnic, camping, the kids' softball games.
Exactly.
Wide variety.
Put a koozie over it.
Put a koozie over it. So the Moscow Mule is a vodka base, right? Mm-hmm. Moscow Mules are the vodka base. They're infused. And they've got the beautiful ginger and lime in there. And it's just really nice. We threw a little bit of it over ice, and I think it's very refreshing. And the flavors are spot on. One thing that canned cocktails tend to be, which this isn't, is sweet or a little bit of a lip smacking.
Yeah.
Kind of. This is not like that.
No, there a lot of times when you have these premixed ones, your lips will stick together because they're so sugary sweet.
Right.
These don't have that problem at all.
These are so well balanced, and they're not too acidic. So sometimes other canned cocktails go a little too much of the tartaric acid or the citrus juices and things like that.
I throw a slice of lime in mine.
Oh, nice. So you like them even on the more acidic side. The next one, the Gin Ricky, is made with Beehive's Jackrabbit Gin.
That's
Love
good.
that gin on
That's
its
good
own.
stuff, yeah.
Very aromatic. And this Gin Ricky is Gin Ricky's, a lot of lime in there. The carbonation I love in these canned cocktails because it's a soft bubble. It does not have that aggressive carbonation effect to it that would heighten the acidity on the palate, the perception of. And another really balanced 9% alcohol.
Yes.
These all fall in at $3.49.
Okay.
$3.49 per can.
Delicious, absolutely.
And then the last one we've had.
The last one's fun.
I got to try this one. I haven't tried it in at least a few.
This is
few
my
hours.
favorite.
I was going to say, my friend Sid, she loves these. She went and bought a bunch of these.
So this, and we will have a nice, fun picture online for you of all three of these as a close-up. But this is their Juice Weasel. They just released it. It is 13%. It's a party in a can. It is just juicy, the watermelon, strawberry, all these beautiful flavors coming together. And again, not too sweet.
Yeah.
I mean, it does have a richness to it, but it's not where that lip smacking,
and that's
where you have to get the sugar off.
That's what surprised me because when you pour it out in the glass like we have here, it looks like a Hawaiian punch or something, but it is not that sweet at all.
But the other two, not that they have an alcohol taste to them, this one has no alcohol taste to it at all, which is the scariest part. It's the highest alcohol percentage.
Very dangerous. Very dangerous. And I love these because they, so it is vodka based. I wanted to check my note. It's a vodka based, 13%. $3.79, so they bumped it up 20
a little bit
cents.
more, but worth it.
But nothing. And all these are, yes, available at the wine store, but also go to their package store. The packaging store is open during their operating hours, not the wine store operating hours. So, for example, last night I had a Whiskeys Around the World tasting class there in their North Room at Beehive Distilling through the University of Utah with my Life Learned stuff. So I'm leaving, and people after the class were buying product in the package store. It was 9:30 at night. No wine stores open at 9:30. So it was nice. They bought a T-shirt. They also bought a bottle of gin, and they were looking at other items. And they have a cooler, so all these are nice and cold, ready to go, nice and chilled. So I recommend the package store.
These are terrific, and Juice Weasel. If you have your overly restrictive aunt, at a party. She'll never know. She'll never know. You've got these in your koozie. She's never going to know. It's a soda.
It's just a harmless soda.
So I do have a teaser.
Yes.
I have a teaser for Beehive's going to be with us again in June, and we're going to feature Spirit of the Hop. There's only a couple hundred bottles. There's 550 bottles of this made. It was a collaborative effort during COVID. It was born during COVID, a collaboration with a local brewery. More on it soon. You can get these bottles, yes, only at their package store. And I'm going to ask you, those that are listening, I'm going to ask you, go grab a bottle of this, taste it, so then when we feature it, you can call in and text in, and we can talk about what you think of this very unique product.
Oh, Jimmy's giving you homework.
Once it's gone, once it's gone, it's gone. This is a one and done.
How many bottles?
550.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, it's real exclusive, and it's a collaborative effort. We're all locals. This is a local brewery and a local distillery.
You see what it says on the side, one and done. The spirit will never be made again.
Yeah, so we're real lucky to be able to feature it.
And a great bottle, too.
Yeah, Beehive repackaged their bottle. They have the honeycomb along the shoulder of the bottle. And really nice. Well, in the well, you can make it use it in the bar. Nice balance.
And what's the address?
Beehive.
Yes.
They're over.
Did I put you on the spot?
They're off at 2100 South and either West Temple or Maine. They're over by the Winco over there in South Salt Lake.
That's easy.
Yeah, super easy. They're right by a track station. Sorry, guys, I don't have your. I've only been there like twice a week for my entire life.
Jimmy can drive you.
I got it. It's 2245 Southwest Temple.
All the way in Florida. There she is. Thank you. Thank you, Gina. All right. So we got this one. These are all highly recommended for your weekend. And we're going to take your questions now. If you've ever wanted to ask Jimmy a question about any sort of liquor or beer or the whole industry, restaurants.
Etiquette?
He knows all this stuff.
What wine to get for your friend?
Things
You've
like
never
that.
purchased
He can make recommendations. So 877-602-9696. Call. Talk to Jimmy the Wine Guy. He'll answer your questions right after we do some traffic and some messages.
Traffic. Northbound I-15 near Draper is still seeing some slowage due to that stalled vehicle in the center lane. I'm not sure if that's been taken care of as of yet, but that's going to be a mess for the near future. I had somebody else text in something. I apologize. I got so focused on this drink sitting in front of me. I guess I'll have to find that coming up. But if you see anything else, tell me about it. 33986 is where you can do that.
Please don't drink and give traffic. You got it, because it's driving. So.
Yeah.
Anyway. All right. Sorry about that.
I got it.
KXRK Provo. We will take a break. Questions for Jimmy after these at 877-602-9696. If you're shy, or if your bishop is listening, or if you're the bishop, text your questions 33986.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
Measure. Measure. This comes to us from a script submitted by Kirk Baxter. Measure, M-A-Y-Z-U-R-E, Measure. Now we give you the illustrious Mayor of Mona, Utah, Don Criddle, as he prepares to address the local media regarding an upcoming challenge to his office. Again, the word is measure.
Hey, Denver, son.
Yeah, Daddy?
Denver, son. Denver?
Daddy.
Denver. Hi, Denver. I need you to pretend to be a reporter. I need to rehearse this here press event.
Okay, Daddy. I am the media.
Hello, media. I'm Don Criddle, the illustrious mayor of Mona, Utah, here holding this city's impromptu press conference. Now, I'm sure you're all wondering the purpose of this very important and public meeting brought on by me, your beloved mayor. So let me get to the heart of the matter.
Yeah, Daddy, is that on the matter that you told your opponent for the next pending election that she can't run for mayor on the fact that she is not a man? Is that what this is, Daddy?
Now, Denver, remember what I told you. The city office HR department admonished me not to use sexism as a tactic to win the next election. So just because Angela Lynn is a woman and may or may not measure up to the mantle of being Mayor of Mona, I must focus on other things to dissuade voters from picking her.
But, Daddy, Mona City has never had a lady mayor. We never have and we never will. Daddy, I thought you said that I would be taking your place as mayor someday. Kind of like what they do in one of those careers. Right, Daddy?
Now, Denver, you need to hush up about that. Our current democracy does not measure up to a sovereign dictatorship yet. But haven't you read our city's constitution?
Oh, shoot, Daddy, you know I can't read.
You can't read? Well, just what in the heck am I paying your teacher babysitter for anyway?
Well, she ain't there no more, Daddy. Remember? She got all distressed, screamed something at us, kicked down the front door, and we haven't seen her since.
Well, that deadbolt sure didn't hold the door closed, did it, Denver?
Yeah, Daddy. Perhaps if we had used an actual tape measure in the deadbolt installation, we would have known where to drill, and the lock would have actually catched the door frame, because that's what happens, when you just use prayer and eyeballing it, Daddy.
I suppose so, Denver. Now shut your trap about bringing up the fact that my opposing candidate is a woman, and help me find some more ethical ways to smear her without getting scandals and litigation involved.
Okay, Daddy. Why don't you just say she's too emotional about stuff?
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
The sense of summer. Barbecues. Days at the beach. With your buddies. The smell of a man.
Jimmy Santangelo, Jimmy the Wine Guy, taking your questions. Have another drink with Jimmy. Brought to you by
Desolation Distilling is Utah's first craft cocktails in a can, made and distilled in Utah by Beehive Distilling.
All right, thank you.
Will make you feel better.
All right, we got a full bank of phones for you.
Okay.
People are asking questions of Jimmy the Wine Guy. He knows his stuff. Our first question comes from Killer. Hi, Killer. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. I had a party last week, and a bunch of people came. We all brought our own drinks, and
Killer,
I ended up with a whole bunch of it.
Killer, were there any arrests? Were there any arrests at the party? That's the first question.
The cops did come, but there was no arrest.
Of course.
It was lucky.
All right. Anyway, go ahead.
When you're on a first name basis, when you know them first name, it's easier.
I know you do. I know you do. Go ahead. What's your question? I'm sorry.
I ended up with a box full of booze and 3 open bottles of absinthe.
Absinthe.
So what is absinthe? What do you do with that? And how do I store it?
So it's an herbal-based liquor, and it's got a lot of the herbaceous coriander. You've got almost a black licorice and a zet. Some of them have, but that balances how much of that. Most of the color is probably green, unless you got a couple of cool ones, the clear. Store it, cap it, keep it in a cool, dark, dry space. And, absinthe is very unique. It's as a digestif to settle the tummy after a large dinner. I've had it as an aperitif late in the afternoon to cleanse the palate, although it does have a lot of flavor. And the cool kids out there will have a little bit of that with some Coca-Cola or on its own while they're having something else. So it's a sipper. It's not a component to a cocktail unless it's as a spray, just a little rinse of the glass.
There you go.
Do you serve it frozen? Do you leave it in the freezer?
No, just keep it like in your basement where you keep your other liquors in a nice, dark, dry space.
Cool, dry space. There
Cool,
you go,
dry
Killer.
space.
Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Killer.
All right, let's go to, let's see, it's Stella. Hi, Stella. Hi. Are you there?
Hi.
Go ahead.
Hi, Jimmy. So my question is, when you order a bottle of wine at a restaurant that has a screw top, like, because I like New Zealand Sauvignon Blancs, and I don't understand why they always have a screw top. But anyway, when they try to give you, they give you a little taste before, like, is that necessary with the screw top? Like, I always feel like it's not going to be corked.
Sure.
So is this just a procedure, like etiquette? Like, I
little
don't
bit of
know.
a combination. Stella, great question. So when presented a bottle of wine, the server, you always want to see the label of the wine. That's to confirm that, this is the wine that we ordered. Traditionally, when a cork is presented, it's to be presented to confirm that cork came from that bottle, that anybody adulterated that bottle. They had it once before they sourced the bottle. It was already empty. This happened with fine chateaus and restaurants in Paris and in London, where they would then put in plunk, a dry, inexpensive red wine, put a piece of wood down and wax top. So that was the purpose. It's tradition. As service staff, when we teach service staff, I just had a new hire server training the other day, and, we always see guests, they'll smell the cork like, oh, yes, Dolly and I, this reminds me of Napa, going back to Napa, Dolly and I. And you don't really necessarily
sniff the cork.
You don't
right?
need to sniff the cork. Now, if you want to assess the cork that's pliable, it's not rock hard, that's an indicator of its storage. You're asking about screw tops. The procedure of screw tops, wine that has a screw top on it is intended to be consumed soon or early. Upon release, wait till you get home from the liquor store upon release, but at least it's upon release. And that savings of a screw top versus cork is intended to be passed down to the consumer, you and me, when we buy it. So in a restaurant, screw top. They undo the screw. You don't necessarily need to present the screw top, right? You're not going to smell that. You're not going to feel that. You're not going to look at that. But the first pour, whether it's a screw top or a cork, as a consumer, as the person that bought it, is to confirm that the wine is sound, that there's no faults to it, that it smells
It can still
fresh.
have something wrong with it.
Because it still could have something wrong with it. The bottle could have been went through temperature swings and
stored wrong.
And so that's why, Stella, they still give you that confirmation pour. That was a long way around the barn for that, but it's an interesting story because that's the tradition, and there is a reason behind it.
Yeah. And what I usually do when they do that to me is I just go, now don't worry about it, just pour.
Yeah,
it's fine. I'll drink whatever.
It's fine. We'll drink whatever you're giving us. There you go, Stella.
See, you learn
right,
things on this.
And I'm telling you, you can learn from Jimmy. You can take these classes from Jimmy, and he'll teach you all about this stuff. Let's go to Ed. Hello, Ed. More about the Jim Ricky. Oh, okay, the Gin Ricky. Go ahead, Ed.
Hello. I was wondering, is the Gin Ricky, is it grapey?
It's more citrusy.
Yeah.
So it's more of a lot of liminess. So think of your lemon lime juice or that you might make at the park, lemonade, limeade, which is a combination of lemonade and lime. That's more of the profile.
Yeah, that's
okay, because when you go to Arctic Circle, you get a lime Ricky, and what it is, it's like a fresh lime with some grape in it. Could you actually put some grape in it?
Well, I'm sure you could put a splash of grape in there.
Sure. Interestingly, Rocky Mountain Mixers has an excellent prepackaged juices, and I had just used one last weekend that worked brilliantly. In fact, Rocky Mountain also has a margarita mix, which is more lime for you. And if you wanted to make a cooler, a non-alcoholic beverage, this is restaurant quality, comes by the gallon. It's margarita mix, and if you do a little spritzer with it, and then maybe a little, or unless your grape juice is carbonated already, you're going to be good to go.
Yum.
Cool.
There you go, Ed. Actually,
Thanks,
you might like the Juice Weasel, Ed. I think you might like that. Anyway.
I like the Juice Weasel a little too much over here.
Well, keep your head about you.
Weasel.
Beat Gina is coming up, so
Yes.
I'm going to need you here. So.
You got it.
Jimmy, thank you so much for swinging by and bringing these beverages and
You got it.
helping everybody out with their choices for this holiday weekend.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure. And visit us next Wednesday, the 31st, at 3 Cups. We have a blind wine tasting. And then the following Thursday or 2 thereafter at Tracy Aviary for Wine Takes Flight at Liberty Park.
Indeed. And all that is at wineacademyofutah.com.
Thanks, guys.
Jimmy Santangelo, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Traffic, please.
Traffic. Had somebody just text in horrific accident on Mid Valley Highway in Grantsville, Erda area. It's going to take hours to clean up, it says here, and that wasn't even reported on UDOT. So thank you for sending that in. Other issues I'm seeing going on, some slowage southbound I-15 near the refineries. I can't necessarily tell you what is causing that, but if you can avoid it, try to. But if there's anything else I'm not talking about, tell me about it. 33986 is where you can report that.
All right. Beat Gina is happening right after these messages and a song. It's Back to the Future trivia.
Okay.
Because Back to the Future 3 was released on this day in 1990. So
just a slam dunk for Gina.
Yes. So I've made the
What's
question.
the prize?
No, I've
Good
made the
prize?
questions a little hard. So Gina might not have such luck. What is it? What is?
If somebody's up to snuff, Dirty Heads tickets.
So
is what they can win.
Dirty Heads tickets, 877-602-9696. You could win them for someone else, even if you didn't want to go. But Dirty Heads tickets, 877-602-9696. Call during these messages or the song and play Beat Gina.
Gina.
Yep.
I wanted to talk about the best way to give your hamster a bath here, but
The best way.
Yeah,
that tells me there are many ways, but there's
only really one good way.
Mhm.
But I got to thinking maybe it would be more widely interesting if you told everybody how your sleepover, your slumber party, with your mother and your sisters went. I
got to admit, I'm curious.
Well, so Mary Claire's birthday, my mother, the sainted Mary Claire's birthday. And as she said, you only turn 75 once, to which I said, you only turn every age only once, and she didn't like that. She said that was not very nice.
But that's the humor of the statement of saying you only you can. That's why it's funny, or so allegedly funny.
But for her 75th birthday, she wanted to have a slumber party with me and my sisters.
Okay.
And she wanted to do this at the Grand America, because if you're going to have a slumber party, you don't want to just go anywhere.
Sure. No, you want to have it in the rumpus room with the bean bags.
And the idea being, well, if we're in town close to our houses, the only thing that makes sense if you're going to go stay at a hotel is if it's nicer than your house.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You've got like 8 sisters or something, don't you?
No, there's Mikkel and Kelly and Carrie and me. There's four girls.
Which one's the good-looking one?
They are all good-looking.
Okay.
So when Mary Claire made the reservations, she's like, "I'll take care of the hotel reservations."
Okay.
And
all right.
So we get to the hotel, and it's a suite.
Yeah. Okay.
And there are 2 double beds.
Mm-hmm.
And she had said before we got there, there's 2 double beds and a couch. And I said, well, I'll take the couch.
Because you're the one who always.
Well, just because why not? Plus then I don't have to sleep with anybody.
There's the real reason.
That's it.
I'll take the couch.
Reason enough.
Yeah. So there should be room for everyone.
Yeah.
Two sisters in one bed, and mom and a sister in the other bed, and La Barberry on the divan.
Yeah. So we check into the hotel, and the other thing Mary Claire wanted was she wanted us all to go get a massage, which is nice. It's her birthday, but let's all go get a massage.
All right.
We go get a massage.
In the hotel.
Yeah. We go out to dinner. We went to Cafe Molise, which was great.
Mm-hmm.
We get back to the hotel, and we have cake in the room and champagne. She didn't have champagne, but we had champagne for the rest of us, and we're getting ready for bed. And I noticed that the couch in the room is not a couch. It's a wicker love seat.
Oh, yeah.
It's wicker. It's not even made out of...
Yeah. Now...
And...
Okay.
And my mom said, "Are you going to be okay on that?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'll be fine." I got an extra blanket and comforter from housekeeping, and I made up and she said, "It's not even long enough for you to lay down on." And I said, "Well, I sleep all scrunched up anyway. It'll be fine."
Do you know that you can call downstairs and say, "We need a rollaway bed," and they will bring you a rollaway bed?
I didn't, but
you know. They would have done that.
They would have, but it would have been in the middle of the night when everybody else was asleep. It would have awakened the entire room if I had done that. Because I started out the night on the wicker love seat, all scrunched up.
Didn't you figure out 10 minutes into it?
I mean, I did, but you're like, this is fine. This is fine.
Yeah.
It was not fine.
No. I would have figured it out by looking at it.
And so at about 1:30, I took the blankets off the wicker love seat, and I made a little bed on the floor. We're staying at the $500 a night Grand America, and I am on the floor.
They have larger rooms, too, you know.
Which are more than I mean.
Yeah.
But
you only turn 75 once. Why not spring for a room that's comfortable for everybody?
I haven't slept on the floor in...
How was it? I used to like sleeping on the floor occasionally.
No, it's not good. Not good at all. But...
Were you warm enough?
I mean, yeah, no, I wasn't
so you
cold.
Just were stiff.
It was just...
You got up and you were stiff.
Yes. Yeah. I'm still stiff.
And see, I would have snuck out in the middle of the night, went down to the front desk, got my own room, and then...
Yeah.
Well, so what it reminded me of, and I've told y'all this story before, the other time we do sleepovers is when we do girls' shopping weekend.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And you stay at the Marriott and go to the mall, the Crossroads Mall.
When all of that was a thing. And,
is that gone? Where'd it go?
But when I came clean with my sisters and my mom, when we woke up the next morning, my mom said, I looked over and I saw that you weren't on the couch and I didn't know where you went. I thought you might have left. I'm like, no, I was on the floor. But that reminds me, it's been long enough that I think I can come clean with y'all about something.
I hate this.
So when we used to do girls shopping weekend was my mom and all of her friends and their daughters.
It's a big thing.
And we'd go spend the night in a hotel in one room and go shopping for Christmas. And we did this for years. About 3 or 4 times in the years that we were doing that, my husband and I had a secret rendezvous.
You had to be really quiet. You'd wake everybody up.
He would get a room in the hotel we were in.
Oh.
And I would wait till everybody fell asleep.
And you'd go.
And I would sneak out of the room.
And I would... Again... Aren't you worried when you do something like that? If someone wakes up and they go, oh, my God, where's Gina?
Maybe she's been kidnapped.
Something must have happened.
Yeah, she's been kidnapped.
I better call down to the front and see what's going on. That didn't ever occur to you that somebody might get kind of worried. Because if I'd awakened and found a member of my party missing in the room, I would be worried.
It never happened. It was fine. But I came clean and told them we did this 3 or 4 times throughout the years. I'd sneak away for a few hours.
Were you hoping that then your mother would say, well, that's it. I am never inviting you to this again.
Were you disowned?
Well, she only turned 75 once, so we won't do this again.
I see. Well.
On the floor.
You know,
and the floor of the Grand America is no nicer than the floor in any
Well, many of the things you do are just inexplicable to me. And but I'm going to tell you. So if you're very stiff and you're still stiff today, the best way to deal with that is to walk it. Oh, never mind. No, you're not going to walk it off. No.
Oh, boy, howdy. It's Nicky Olaf filling in as today's announcer for my uncle Johnny Olaf for this edition of Eat Gina. Hey, kids.
Beat Gina. No.
What did I say?
I thought you said Eat Gina.
It's Beat Gina.
Oh, okay.
Hey, kids, have you ever thought, this spin top needs more spikes? Well, look no further than Beyblades.
Oh,
with
my.
a simple pre-planned pull of the launcher with a friend, these weighted mini cyclones of death will smack and bang against each other within the safe confines of a flimsy plastic arena, with each rotating round razor hilariously popping out at a terminal velocity until only one victorious Beyblade remains. Just make sure it doesn't take your face with it. Beyblades! Parental supervision is required. And now, spinning words onto the stage, it's your host, Carrie Jackson.
I'm sorry.
That sounds dangerous.
Nicky Ola, why don't you give me the actual sponsor?
For BG. It's right there.
It's Platinum Toys. Escape the world in an immersive galleria of nostalgia. Go back in time and reconnect with the youthful version of your soul at Platinum Toys. Visit their stores in Provo or downtown Salt Lake. Follow Platinum Toys Utah on social media. And their location in Salt Lake is very cool. You're going to walk in there and go, ooh, ooh, ooh.
Oh, my.
And there's a pinball machine. Anyway. All right, Gina is here to play Beat Gina all the way from Florida, because she just can't let it go.
No.
And we do have a contestant for you. Looks like Diane is on the phone. Diane?
Hi, Diane.
Are you there?
Maybe?
Diane? Diane, are you there?
Oh, no.
All right, well, we will skip.
Do you mean Danny?
Is it Danny? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Hi, sorry, I didn't know it was me.
Okay. Danny?
It's the same letters. They're just mixed around differently.
All right. Danny.
Yeah.
We're going to toss a coin to see who goes first. It will give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails, please?
Tails.
All right. Coin toss app says heads, which means Gina Barberi has the advantage.
Sorry, Danny.
Sorry, Danny. So if you beat Gina, you're going to get the Dirty Heads tickets. So that's that. But if she beats you and she has the advantage right now, what are you prepared to do in her name?
Well, either way, I'm going to donate $50 to the Road Home.
All right.
Oh, I like that, no matter what.
Terrific.
That's nice.
All right. Because Back to the Future 3 was released on this day in 1990, we have Back to the Future trivia. Not just the third movie, but all of the movies. So here we go. First question for Gina, because she won the coin toss. Gina.
Yes.
In the original film from 85.
Yes.
Where did Marty's brother work? Oh, you thought I'd go easy on you?
Yeah, that's not easy.
Where did Marty's brother work? Was it 1, Radio Shack, 2, Burger King, 3, the Brass Rail, or 4, the Western Nut Company? Ah.
Oh, it could.
Yeah, see what I did there?
Yeah, because I don't really remember. I'm sort of picturing a fast food sort of hat outfit. So I'm going to go Burger King.
Burger King is correct, yes.
Gina leading the race with only 1 point.
All right, Danny, let's find you a good question here. All right. Here we go. At the beginning of the movie, the mall that Doc and Marty go to is called Twin Pines Mall. At the end of the movie, what was the mall's name changed to because of all the shenanigans? Was it 1, Crossroads Plaza, 2, Lone Pine Mall, 3, the 49th Street Galleria, or 4, Hill Valley Mall?
Lone Pine Mall?
Lone Pine is correct.
Oh, and things are really getting spicy, 1-1.
All right, Gina, let's see. Let's
Okay.
go with this one here. What was the name of Marty's band? This is from the first movie, when he's trying out
Yeah.
for the dance. What was the name of Marty's band? Was it 1, the Pinheads, 2, the News, 3, Natalie Portman's Shaved Head,
A real band.
or 4, Hoobastank?
It would be the Pinheads.
Pinheads is correct.
Oh, and Gina's now cutting it back 2-1.
All right, Danny. What song did Marty's band play for the dance audition? The Pinheads. What was the song that they played? Was it 1, If My Nose Were Running Money, I'd Blow It All to You? These actual bands and songs, I'll have you know. That's from Aaron Wilborn. 2, Double Back by ZZ Top. 3, Power of Love by Huey Lewis. Or 4, Belgian techno anthem Pump Up the Jam by Technotronic.
3.
Power of Love, Huey Lewis.
Oh, and it's still tied 2-2.
So this is the tiebreaker?
This is the tie, hopefully.
All right. Gina?
Okay.
What was the name of the town that Back to the Future was set in? What's the name of the town? Was it 1, Hidden Valley, home of the famous ranch?
Mm-hmm.
Was it 2, Mayfield? 3, Laverkin? Or 4, Hill Valley?
Hill Valley.
Hill Valley is correct.
And to no surprise, Gina just takes the crown for Back to the Future trivia, claiming the Dirty Heads tickets for herself.
Oh, Gina loves Dirty Heads.
But you know, I'm all the way here in Florida. I'm not going to be able to pick up those Dirty Heads tickets, even though I won them fair and square. So, Danny, would you mind taking these Dirty Heads tickets off my hands?
Oh, I would be more than happy to. Thank you, Gina.
Hang on the line. We'll tell you how to get those tickets. All right.
I gotta go and take some Dramamine. I'm a little nauseous from the Beyblades.
I don't blame you. All right. A little bit of big boy news and opinioendo now, brought to you by...
I don't know, because you have my
I have
sponsor
the
sheet.
Sorry. Sorry about that.
Sponsored by Friday, June 2nd from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., Vobev is hosting a job fair to find candidates to work the night shift in manufacturing and warehouse operations. Vobev offers competitive pay and benefits. Apply at their career fair Friday, June 2nd, or click vobev.com/career fair to learn more.
Thank you. All right.
So we've talked a lot about Tina Turner passing away, but Frank Christ was awful busy yesterday. There were a couple of other tragedies. Sheldon Reynolds, a guitar virtuoso and singer who had stints with Commodores and Earth, Wind, and Fire, he passed away at the age of 63. And we played some Earth, Wind, and Fire yesterday, so I think we've given him a little bit of love there.
Yeah, true.
Also passing away, another musician, Bill Lee, and that name might not mean anything to you. If you saw a picture of him with his son, Spike Lee, you would say, oh, that's what Spike Lee's going to look like in about 20 years. Looks just like him. I guess he was a famous jazz musician. He was a bassist for Bob Dylan and Aretha Franklin, and he scored, remember Spike Lee's Do the Right Thing. He scored that, so.
Yes.
Another tragedy. Not a tragedy. It was hilarious, actually. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' presidential campaign got off to a rocky start Wednesday when his announcement event on Twitter was plagued by technical difficulties, which persisted for more than 20 minutes before the governor was able to deliver his speech.
He's on right now.
Oh,
Gina.
is he?
He's
Okay.
on right now. Let me get him here.
Mr. DeSantis.
Rhonda.
Ow.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. Here's the thing about this. This was essentially a fancy conference call.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because there wasn't even any video.
No.
It was just an audio.
And you got zero charisma Ron DeSantis, and it's hosted by zero charisma Elon Musk.
Not very exciting start.
Who couldn't host it because they had to redo the whole conference call. For those who are unaware, it was on Twitter Spaces, which is essentially an open forum podcast that you listen to.
Yeah. Now they're spinning it today with, well, there were just so many people that we crashed the system.
Oh, we were so popular.
Let's not forget, the first thing Elon did when he got there was fired most of the engineers.
Yeah.
Okay? This was...
Well, they're expensive because they have skills and know what they're doing. We don't need them around.
Exactly.
Did you guys listen to any of it when it got working?
No.
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 It wasn't working, and I came back for the tail end. It was really cringy listening to quote-unquote reporters be like, by the way, huge fan of Dogecoin, Mr. Musk.
Yeah, exactly. It was so totally orchestrated, and DeSantis read his statement. He's just, when I say zero charisma, I mean it. He's just the worst. But that's not the funniest thing that happened to a Republican yesterday.
What? What did I miss?
Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene was put in charge of the House for a bit.
Okay.
Do you have this audio?
I have the audio. You want to hear this? This is hilarious.
I missed this.
So she was put in charge of the House, and she was trying to call the place to order, right, so they could get some business done.
Yeah.
Here's how it went. I just laughed my ass off. Here we go. So she's...
The members are reminded to abide by decorum of the House.
Yeah, the queen of decorum. And then she keeps pounding because they won't shut up.
The House will be in order.
And she just can't get
a
handle on it.
Now, I read that it wasn't just Democrats that were laughing at that, though.
Oh, no, it was everyone.
It was everyone.
It was everyone because the queen of decorum asked for decorum. Yeah.
The fabric of democracy is unraveling, but that gives me the yucks.
That's the only thing that we can do is laugh because if we think about it too hard. Anyway, sorry, Gina, go ahead.
The View debated the controversial move by Target to move some of its Pride merchandise to avoid a Bud Light-style backlash. Very disappointed in the company. Whoopi Goldberg was calling everybody snowflakes for doing it. She said, quote, I'm sick of people moving my desires because their desires are not being met in some way. I'm sick of people telling me I can't go to a drag show. I'm sick of people telling me that my friends are different because you don't understand them. I'm just sick of it. This is America. You're supposed to be able to be whoever you are. Just stop with all this stuff. You want to talk about snowflakes? Who are the real snowflakes?
Exactly. And
they had merchandise at Target for Pride, which they do. It's Pride Month, and Target traditionally has like holiday themed clothes. You can get a Shamrock T-shirt at St. Patrick's Day.
And Target, in the business of knowing what people want, right? That's kind of what they do, and it's because of these threats that they're. So I don't know who. I mean, when I saw that the Target was being bullied by these people, I thought, well, I guess I better go to Target and support them. But then I heard that they were kowtowing to the bullies, and that kind of made me go, oh, come on, Target, you need to do the right thing and stand up.
I mean the hard thing is Bud Light actually did get the backlash against them hurt their business. So now all these businesses are going, well, crap, do we stand our ground and do we do, the right thing and leave the stuff there?
But it's a minority of people. It's a small number of people.
And they're still talking about the Bud Light thing.
They're just loud. There's less of them. They're just louder than we are.
It was one person's face on a single can, and they're talking about it 2 months
to this day
later.
Oh, Ted Cruz is having an investigation.
And yesterday, the Boner candidate was a vocal minority shutting down a poem.
And it's always... And again, they're a very small number of these people, but they're louder than we are, and that's the problem. We need to be louder than they are.
I mean, I've had years, I can't remember, Carrie, how many years we've been doing Pride events and stuff. And there have been years where I would have loved the ability to go to Target and buy a damn shirt to wear. That would have been nice to have that option. Okay. How much time do we have here?
Probably out of sports weather traffic.
Okay.
Right?
Sports. Another story to make you mad, I suppose. NASCAR investigating hack of Bubba Wallace's radio channel during a race the other day. Wallace, NASCAR's only black driver in the Cup Series, had just finished Sunday's race at North Wilkesboro Speedway when a person not on the 23XI racing team said over the radio, quote, "Go back to where you came from."
Oh,
quote.
Really?
And then
that could have been a boner candidate.
Yeah, I didn't find it till just barely, or I would have thrown it your way. He then added a non-racial expletive. NASCAR spokesman Mike Ford said Wednesday the series immediately had its security and racing electronics team look into the hack. He said Wallace did not hear the remark himself. I don't even know how you can figure out who did that with radio channels, but, it's everywhere.
Like I said, they're just louder than we are is the problem.
Weather. Oh, sorry. I was so mad about the story I read. I forgot the rest of my job. Got some rain yesterday. Looks like we have even more chances of that today and tomorrow. 40% chance of rain as we go into the afternoon. High of 81 today, high of 80 tomorrow. If we get rain at any point, it looks like Saturday will be it over Memorial Day weekend. Traffic itself... I'm still seeing major slowage from the stalled vehicle earlier around the point of the mountain, northbound I-15. Some slowage southbound I-15 as well, near North Salt Lake by the refineries. And that's everything I'm specifically seeing, except for, well, that's actually an old text, so I'm not going to say it. 33986 is where you can tell me about any other traffic I'm missing, and it's all brought to you by join an adventure of a lifetime and discover a long-lost blue whale pod in a remote corner of the ocean where no scientists or film crews have explored before. Blue Whales 3D opens May 26th at Clark Planetarium. Visit clarkplanetarium.org for showtimes.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Gurky will be here after this. And don't forget, just coming up after 9 o'clock, it's the Boner Recap, your chance to win a prize if you can just tell us who won the boner this morning. Oh, it's easy. Coming up, stand by.
Don't miss a
So we're in the back porch and look over, and Bri says, I just saw a critter. Was not specific because he knows how she feels. And that was that. So Sunday morning, we wake up. Morning's going fine. Mm-hmm. Everything's good, making coffee, the whole thing. Mm-hmm. And then I hear Sue screaming.
Oh, jeez. Uh-oh.
And I come into the kitchen, and she's looking out the back window. And I run to the window to see my two dogs in a tug-of-war.
Really?
With a rat.
Was it still alive?
The rat was wounded.
Oh.
So I go running out there, and it's like, get inside, get inside, get inside.
And so we got a couple of little ratters.
So we close the doggy door. Sue immediately brushes their teeth and cleans their faces.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So she can, get loves. Mm-hmm. And so I'm now rat patrol. So the rat's lying there, and it's wounded. And and I'm like, it's still alive. But I look at it, and it looks pretty bad. So I figure I'll leave it alone for a half hour, and it'll die. Yeah. And then I'll, get a sack and pick it up. Go back out a half hour later. It's actually looking a little better. Wow. It's rolled over on its belly. It's still not walking because I think its legs are broken.
Oh, God. Oh, jeez.
And
I feel bad for the poor rat.
I do too, and then I'm like, I'm going to have to dispatch the rat, aren't I?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have to, because it's in pain, it's suffering.
Go get your gun.
So
or
just
wait for 4 turtles to show up.
Yeah. So I went and I got my Daisy Red Ryder BB gun.
Oh, shoot your eye out.
Well, I cocked it and put it right to its head. I had to dispatch the rat. And even then, I couldn't pick it up right away. Like, I'm going to let it. I'll be back in a bit. And so I come back like 20 minutes later, and it was starting to stiffen up already. That was pretty fast.
Oh, yeah.
But end of the story is Sue is putting our house up for sale. And
Truly? Some people would.
What she doesn't know is that I've been keeping this secret from her ever since we moved there. I mean, it is the mountain. It's happening. Now, our Artie, our original dog, was never curious about exploring the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't interested in getting into the shrubs or the trees or anything, so I was able to put, like, traps out there and I took care of the rat problem for quite a while. But now I have curious dogs, and I can't do that because Ripley will...
They'll get in the trap.
Ripley will find the trap, and so I don't need that.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, Hudson was high on adrenaline for the rest of the... rest of the day.
Killer.
Oh, he just did that stirred something in him.
You should have seen my cat with a beetle yesterday. Man, did that cat go to town. A killer. Little beetle.
Right. Is this sponsored, Dickie?
Yes. Gracie's is open daily for lunch and dinner and brunch on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Enjoy delicious food and drinks and watch your favorite sports in high definition. Gracie's is at the corner of 3rd South and West Temple. Adults only.
Thank you.
Who's that journalist? The pickle guy. Gurky. Gurky. Radio from Hell on X96.
Let's read his stuff in the Salt Lake Tribune or follow him on Twitter like I do. Good follow. He barely survived the Kilby block party, but he's here.
Good morning. I'm happy to be here.
Robert Gurkey. Just fine.
Good.
Where do you want to start, Robert?
Well, I was listening to you guys talking about the Target thing as I was coming in, and it's one of those things that I find really irritating because these corporations will always jump on board with Pride when it's beneficial to them, when they think it helps them out.
Point. Yeah.
And then immediately, whenever they get any blowback, they totally backpedal.
Exactly.
And they push everything to the back of the store. And I don't think out of sight, out of mind is the approach that we should be taking.
No.
I mean, this month is to celebrate these people who are people and need to be seen and need to be heard and need to be front and center. And if people don't like Target having that stuff on the shelves, don't buy the stuff on the shelves.
Exactly.
But you can't just start having this backlash to everything that you find objectionable. It's a pluralistic society, so stay away from Target, stay away from Bud Light. Go get your stuff at Iconoclad, buy local.
Yes.
Do something, do something that is going to help the community and help people who are helping the community that this month.
Well, and this is the people who are so against cancel culture.
Well, it's
you know,
except when it comes to taking books off the shelves and pulling things out of stores and taking things off TV and radio.
Exactly.
You know,
this is why going to Pride is a good idea, because at the Pride Festival there will be a bunch of booths with businesses that support Pride, and then you'll know where to spend your money.
And have been there from the beginning, before it was the popular thing to do.
Exactly.
So yeah, I mean, I think we as a community shouldn't let ourselves be bullied, intimidated, and we should be celebrating this.
And now I get that Target they say that they were worried about their employees because their employees were getting threats.
Yeah.
Well, so yeah. Now violence is the answer.
Exactly. Right? That's terrorism. Is what that is.
Yeah. It's really disheartening. So that got my hackles up a little bit as I was walking up here.
So where do we? There it is. There it is.
What even is that?
It's a fan on this computer down here.
Oh,
boy.
Somebody put a
it sounded
straw
like an
in it.
earthquake on this thing.
Did it? Oh, fun.
Yeah.
Now, there it is again. So what was your take on this whole Ron DeSantis announcement yesterday?
I'm fascinated to see Ron DeSantis, because going back to the midterm elections, he was sort of the darling, right? He was the one. He was the great hope they had, because everybody kind of soured on Trump a little bit, and who knows where that was going to go. Ever since then, it's just been one disaster after another.
It has, hasn't it?
I think DeSantis is scary, and this isn't an original take, I guess, but because he is a little bit more competent and a little less prone to gaffes, and the personal foibles are a little bit less front and center. But yeah, he doesn't really have a soul, and I thought it was hilarious just seeing him trip and fall.
But that's why the Utah Republican parties are so happy with him.
Yeah, well,
they love him.
They did bring him in for that speech that he gave at the convention, and it was he went for an hour and was just like red meat, and but his personality, I think you said zero charisma. I think that's exactly right. I'm not convinced that there's a front runner in that race right now, and for the Republican nomination, and you get all these other people jumping in. It could be a real.
Well, that's the thing. The polls still say Trump.
The polls still say Trump, and I think his supporters are going to ride and die with Trump.
I think so. Yeah.
They're going to be there till the end, and so the question then is is DeSantis sort of the next Trump, or is he the next Jeb Bush? The last Florida governor that tried to run.
Well, I think that DeSantis is staking his entire campaign on the fact that Trump is going to get charged.
Yeah. Well, or that, you like Trump's policies. I am repackaging those policies in a somewhat less offensive package.
I don't know, man. It's pretty offensive to me.
It's pretty, well,
people, because I follow this stuff, people have said, what's your problem with DeSantis? I mean, he seems normal. I'm like, have you looked?
He's less indictable, less impeachable.
Have you looked? But have you looked what he's done to Florida in the short period of time that he's been in charge?
But you watch what Disney did to him. They just totally outmaneuvered him. They totally, got him. And so now, that's one of his big talking points about woke Disney and all this. It's like, he's never really demonstrated that he can actually deliver on any of this stuff. So he's the same. He's again, Trump 2.0.
Largest employer in the state of Florida.
Yep.
And because they disagreed with one of his policies, he went after them.
But then he turns around and gets mad about ESG, this environmental social governance stuff about woke investing, and it's like it's the exact same thing. You're using the power of the government to enforce your social policies,
exactly,
and your social will. And these investment companies are using their money. They're using the market to enforce it. It's like there's
the Rubes
not
don't
really
see
that much difference. Well, they again, it goes back to what we were saying about Target. It's like if they like it, it's okay. If they don't like it, then it's a boogeyman that they
it just seems to me like the GOP anymore is just it's all about the grift. It's all about the straw man. I'm the only person who can save you from this non-existent threat. Drag queens, whatever it is, you name it.
And then profiting on the back of it.
Only I can save you. Give to my campaign. And it just seems like more and more the GOP is the party of rubes.
Well, it's what we were talking about off air yesterday. They haven't introduced a single piece of new policy in the last several decades.
Well, and we're gonna, but they benefit from not introducing policy. They benefit from crashing the economy and letting us, default on the debt, which is about, it's 72 hours away.
I mean, he keeps saying, well, the president won't talk to us about the changes that we want made. They haven't presented any changes.
Yeah.
They just said cut stuff. That's all. Just
Cut
cut
stuff.
stuff. Whatever it is, cut it.
Oh, and they want their tax breaks back. They want the. Can we put those back?
And Mike Lee was on Twitter today saying he's going to do everything in his power to make sure that there's not a debt agreement that doesn't make significant cuts. And so, like, he is choosing then to, crash the economy, default on the debt.
The only cuts that should be discussed are the Trump tax cuts.
Yeah.
Bring them back. I mean, not bring them back. I mean, put the taxes back in there instead of the tax cuts, because these people are paying nothing.
I don't know, Gina. How are things out in DeSantis land?
Yeah.
Well, they haven't shut me down yet, and I've said gay several times this morning.
Okay, only because they haven't heard. They haven't been monitoring.
You're a fugitive now.
Anyway, what's going on in Draper?
So
I know you wrote about that recently.
This has been something that I kind of... This one, for some reason, this has caught my attention, and it's something I'm kind of staying on top of. And last week, we've talked before about how the mayor of Draper didn't like some of the places that these builders have been building because they're prone to landslides. But they didn't feel like they had the power to do it because the legislature's taken that away from them.
Yeah.
The
legislature made up of realtors.
Yeah, last week the state geologist came out and said basically the same thing, that these cities need a little bit of authority to push back on some of this stuff because they have some technical expertise. The state geologist has some technical expertise. And it's not just a Draper issue. He says they're monitoring 100 slides this year because the ground's so saturated, more than 100.
Wow.
And it's, up in Cache County, down to Kane County, it's in Layton, Davis County, it's in Draper, all of these places. And we're building in places, and this was the point he was making, is we're building in places that 40 years ago we wouldn't have built because maybe it wasn't the best place to be building homes. But now
we're running out of space.
Because we're running out of space, we're putting them there. And then the governor on Thursday came out and said, he's open to rebalancing this issue. So this is a discussion we're going to have, whether cities should have a little bit more authority, a little bit more leverage when these developers come to them with plans to tell them, like, that's not a good place to build. We don't want to let you build there. And without having to then get sued and pay them all this millions of dollars in expenses. And so I think we're, over the coming months, we'll have those discussions. I'm still not 100% sure that it's going to come to anything because the legislature, again, made up of developers and real estate interests and beholden to them. So, but I think it's, we're seeing some first steps toward at least having that discussion.
Well, and you'll be there to keep an eye on these things.
I'm gonna try to keep an eye on it. Yeah.
Follow him on Twitter, Robert Gerke. Read his stuff in the Tribune.
I'm gonna finish this gin Ricky if that's okay.
Go right ahead. Please do.
All right.
Traffic, Nick.
Traffic, or should I say, a lack of. I'm really not seeing any issues across the valley, but if I was going to say if you see something, say something, as I've been doing all morning, but that was my last batch. So that's all you're getting from me. All brought to you by Feeling Better. Just got easier with Prime IV. Get all the vitamins and minerals you need infused directly into your bloodstream and feel better. Current offers at PrimeIVHydration.com.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to take a break. We got some messages and a song for you. And then after that, it's the Boner Recap. You could win what is our fabulous prize for the Boner Recap?
We got Smash Mouth tickets, and again, they are coming this Saturday, so you better be able to go if you're winning.
You better be able to pick these up today or tomorrow. So Smash Mouth, it's the Smash Mouth Boner Recap. Tell us who won the boner, and you'll win those tickets for you or for a friend of yours. You could re-gift them if you'd like. Smash Mouth tickets, 877-602-9696. That is the number to call. Play the Boner Recap coming up. KXRK Provo.
Beads.
in the world.
There he is, Benjamin Lee. The donut critic has joined us in the studio. And good morning. Good morning. You have brought so much stuff here. We will have to hurry to get to all of it. But first of all, let me ask you, it says here you just completed a week, 21 straight meals of eating only cereal and milk. Why did you do that?
Wow. You know that question, if you were on a deserted island and you could only have one food, what would you eat?
Mhm.
Mine was always cereal, so I had to test that theory.
So did you stick with the specific kinds of cereals or just all of them?
So I have rules. I had 10 rules, and it had to be standard cereal. So I
Okay.
couldn't do add-ins. I couldn't add in fruit or steak or anything on top.
Had to be straight ahead.
I've never heard of anybody adding steak to their cereal, but go on.
Well, no, but it's
You gotta
more of a
think about
mental game. And so when you're sitting there and need protein,
Yeah.
I didn't want to get incentivized to maybe add in something
Got
that's
it.
protein.
So was this allegedly healthy cereals or sugary cereals? Or
All
just
mixed.
all
I
of
would
them?
say 3/4 of them were really sugary cereals.
And
So-
how at the end of this 21 meals, 7 days, did it make you feel?
You know, honestly, the only thing that really affected me was my energy levels. Other than that, I think my body adjusted. I mean, it just said, okay, that's all that's coming in. We're going to work with it.
All right.
Wow. Okay.
All right. Where should we start? Should we start with the Hruskas? Hruskas?
Hruskas kolaches. Yep.
I just eaten a kolache. Explain what a kolache is.
So it's a Czech pastry, and the kolache is more the open, where you see the jams and all the other toppings. And then they do also have filled ones, which are klobásniks. Sorry. But these are just popping up everywhere in Utah. They're kind of under the radar. They're not a really flashy shop.
There's more than one location of Hruskas?
Yeah, so there are 4 of them. There's one in West Jordan, Sugar House, American Fork, and Provo.
Hrushka for those. And we'll put this all on our website too.
I'm having the sausage and gravy one.
I've got the bacon and egg one.
Oh my heavenly
Delicious.
days!
It's good, isn't
Oh
it?
my gosh.
Yeah, I feel like going into this weekend of food and love or whatnot, these are perfect things to bring home, especially if your spouse doesn't want flowers.
These are now is Hruskas a local?
Yep, so they're local born bred, so that's one of the things that I really like about it. It's a local shop, and again, their fan base is super strong, but it's not a flashy type of restaurant. You know, you go in the morning, and there was a line when I was there at 6:30 a.m.
Yeah, so good.
All right.
Wow.
Oh. Now, let's move on to this food truck. It's called Natin But Grinds.
Yep, so Nothing But Grinds. When was the last time we really chased a food truck? It's been years.
It's been a while, yeah.
Yeah. But this one is chaseable. So they've gone from 1,000 fans on their Instagram to 4,000 in 1 week, and it's for good reason. People are starting to catch on how good this Hawaiian street food is.
Oh, it's Hawaiian street food. Okay.
Now, as you would talk about these, why don't you give me one of each of those? A mochi and a malasada. Okay, this is a mochi? Yep.
Now, I know what mochi is.
Yep,
I
so it's
don't
got
know
a-
what.
What's this kind of mochi?
I think this is a plain one. So I have mango, cookie butter, and ube. So yeah, so it's got the mochi base. You know that really thick, chewy base.
It's rice, I think.
But on the outside, it's breaded and fried, and so you get the malasada feel to it. So a mochi
There you
sada.
go.
But no, I go to a lot of these Hawaiian places, and they don't do dessert well. They have sometimes a guava cake or their Hawaiian drinks, but I always want something really good and fried. This is it.
Very good. This is just, I think, just sugar.
It's weird to say it's like a hearty donut hole.
Yes.
You know how
Well,
usually
that's a good way to
a
describe
donut
it.
hole's kind of airy.
Chewy.
This is
It's a
more
chewy donut hole.
dense and.
But I love their flavors, and they're not super sugary. They're not over the top where you can only have one bite.
It's so it's Natin But Grinds, NATINBUTGRINDZ. And is there a way that you can find out where they're going to be?
Yeah, so on their Instagram, they post their schedules. They're mainly in the North Utah County or South Salt Lake County area. So they kind of go in between there. They're a lot of times at Smith's parking lots. But the best thing is to catch it on Instagram. Their schedules are up.
And then I'm guessing people line up at the truck, too.
Oh, yeah. They've been selling out really early this last week. So if you see their truck and know that it's about opening time, get in line.
Is all they have is does these kind of items? Or do
No,
they have...
so they have traditional plates, like the classical
Like a bowl, like they have.
meat and rice, but then they have musubi.
Spam,
Yep, the spam, and it's fried on the outside, and it's super delicious. That's one of the hot items.
That's what I'm going to try. That
Yeah,
musubi.
they got to do the spam.
Now, what is this malasada?
So this mochi malasada is something that has more or less originated on the islands, I feel like more of a dense donut. So you tried the original. You can try this cookie butter one.
Oh, man.
Okay, I will. You forced me.
But yeah, there are a lot of fusion flavors going on at the same time. So it's not necessarily a tradition. It's got some of that fusion going as well. So
That's really interesting, too.
yeah, I feel like that's one thing that gets people going too and wanting to chase some of these food trucks is give me something interesting.
Yeah,
If
that
we
I
go
can't.
to-
If I'm going to go to the trouble of tracking you down,
Yes, exactly.
it's got to be something I can't get anywhere else. So
Yeah.
these check those
Yeah,
boxes.
I'm not going to chase a donut truck, but something special like this is different.
I'm a fan now of these Hruškas, these kolaches. I have. Let me try a sweet one. What is the? So traditionally,
It's
they're
like a
sweet.
jam kind of in the
The
middle.
jam one, yeah. Do the Jammy Dodger one, yeah.
Yeah. It's like a big puffy jammy Dodger cookie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, they're delicious, and their flavors and the ingredients they use are just top notch, and it's definitely one of the reasons why I always talk about them from Utah.
Tell me more about who owns the truck. I like to know about the people that are involved.
So I don't know them really well, just because it's been just a week that I've been interacting with them. But it's an awesome family, and they just decided, hey, let's start this. Let's get this going. It's been going for about 4 or 5 months. But again,
pretty new though.
Yeah, you get one client or one person to say it's good, and then people like realize, oh, it's something I need to go and get. So.
Now, 4 locations of Hruškas. What do you know about the people who own that?
Again, I don't know a ton. They are pretty quiet on social media and not really flashy, and so I feel like it's just one of those families that's put their head down. They know what they're making, and it's super good, and they're just cranking them out.
But it is a family gig, though.
Yes.
Love it.
From Czechoslovakia.
That is.
I want to try the cookie butter one, but I don't know where I would put it.
In your mouth,
In
Gina.
my.
It goes in your mouth. Don't try and put it in anything else.
Gina, save it for later.
Oh, I could, yes.
Yeah.
But the thing about these two is these are perfect for air fryers, and I do this with donuts all the time.
Yeah.
So you could actually put these in an air fryer and crisp up on the outside, and the mochi on the inside would be still really good.
There you go.
Yeah. Now, Benjamin, the donut critic.
Yes.
Where can people find stuff about you?
Mainly, you can see me on Instagram, but I am starting to go a little bit more on YouTube. I just barely posted my cereal video so that people could see.
Those are on YouTube.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, the longer form ones. Instagram, it's more of just like highlights and where I'm at immediately. I'm really good at just live Instagramming. It's Donut Critic on Instagram.
All right.
Thank you.
Will you come back again?
I for surely will, and I'll bring more.
Okay. Oh, man. Just the bread part of this without the sweet is really good.
Yeah.
Eurythmics. I always had a thing for Annie Lennox.
Really?
From the first time I saw her on that Sweet Dreams video.
It was the crop, wasn't it?
It might have been.
Her hitting her hand with the crop.
I paid a doctor to check out my Eurythmics the other day.
Boo.
Yeah.
Here at Eurythmics, we can help you with your... all right, it's the boner recap. Sorry, we've checked out essentially because Jimmy brought us
Nobody's
these...
listening.
Well,
They're all
exactly.
on vacation already.
Jimmy brought us these cocktails. We know everyone's already on vacation. We're not going to be here tomorrow, so our brains are kind of already there. And, we've checked out. But it is time for the boner recap, the Smash Mouth boner recap, as a matter of fact. And we got Karen here. Hi, Karen.
Good morning. I'm driving into Salt Lake again, so I'm bored.
All right. Okay, well, then you're just the perfect audience then.
Karen, you go back and forth from Wendover to Salt Lake so much. I think you just need to move back to Salt Lake.
Might as well.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right, fine.
Yeah.
We don't want you. All right. Let's get to the boner recap then, shall we?
Okay, Karen, was it boner candidate number 1, Papa Murphy's, not Papa John's? I was sort of hoping it was Papa John's, but it was Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza Stores. They sell cookie dough, a raw cookie dough that you can go home and make your own cookies.
Mm-hmm.
And people have been doing what Carrie does and what I do.
Yes.
You just eat the cookie dough.
You don't even bother making the cookies. You just open the tub and you eat it.
And you've heard it said many times you shouldn't do that because there might be salmonella, and you always ignore it. Well, there's salmonella, and it's affecting people in like 10 states, I guess. So don't eat raw cookie dough, even though we love raw cookie dough. That's number 1. Boner candidate number 2. Well, that's the rub, isn't it? It's a guy fighting with his girlfriend, and for some reason he took a steak that was nicely seasoned. I don't know if it was a rub or not. I'm picturing a rub. And he slapped her across the face with it a couple of times, and when the police got there, she had seasoning all over her face going, see, look, he hit me with the steak. And boner candidate number 3 was Hot Pocket. This is a guy and his roommate getting in an argument because, well, he took the last Hot Pocket, and that just was not going to stand, so he shot him in the butt.
I mean, what else are you going to do?
Only choice.
Exactly. You ate the last Hot Pocket. What am I supposed to do? Go buy more?
No, there aren't any more. That was the last Hot Pocket in the world.
All right.
Those are your candidates. Karen, do you know who won the boner of the day?
Hot Pocket.
You have an extra prize for her for singing it?
Yeah, she'd do very well.
How about applause? We'll give you
there we
applause.
go.
There's your extra prize. Yes, so you got these Smash Mouth tickets.
Yeah, they're going to be playing in Orem's Sarah Shell Outdoor Theater this Saturday, May 27th. For anybody else interested, you can find contest details and ticket links at x96.com. You either got to hang out for that show or drive back, Karen.
All right. We'll put you on.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to gift them to my gay adopted brother.
Well,
perfect.
Okay. So when we put you on hold and they tell you about the tickets, we can just put them in his name. All right. So that'll make it easy.
I'll pick them up for him.
Oh, cool. That's very nice of you. Hang on the line then. All right.
Thanks, Karen.
Thank you, Karen.
Get that all figured out. Let's see.
I've been texting Festus, so I don't have him with me yet.
Yeah.
I got in midnight last night when I finally got here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, that's too late to try to. I have to lug my luggage, which included my personal stuff, and then all this equipment to do this. And I thought I don't want to deal with that and him at midnight. So,
but again, for those who don't know, Festus is in the Navy, stationed in Jacksonville. He jumped off a boat, not a Navy boat, but a Florida man boat.
Yeah, he's not going to get a Purple Heart for this one, I don't think.
He's only been in Jacksonville for like a year now, and he's already a Florida man. But he shattered the bones in his leg, and now he's got like a what do you call it?
Well, he's got a rod that goes from his ankle to his knee, and then there's pins holding it in place. So
yeah.
Hollow it out. It'll float to the top. It's like a personal safety vest.
But Gina's down there, and she's going to go pick him up, I guess, from the hospital.
And go take care of him I'll be here for a week. He's just he can't really do much, and I'm doing a mom thing, which means I'll fuss over him for a week.
Regular mom stuff, like broadcasting a radio show from his hospital bed.
Yeah, like Mom used to do. So next week, I mean, we won't be here tomorrow. We won't be here Monday, obviously. So we'll all be back on Tuesday. Bill will be back, and Gina will be here via Comrex.
Mm-hmm.
And I might, depending on how he's feeling, I bet he's feeling pretty good by next week. I brought another microphone so Festus can join me.
All right. So we'll have that for you next week. Now, coming up after this, I don't know if you've picked up a local Florida paper or anything. But
you want Florida news?
I mean, if you got it. Big Boy News and Opinioendo coming up after these. Stand by. X96.
If you're going under, then
I've neglected my fatherly duties all day today. I try to help with the homework. Now, my lovely wife here does it most of the time. I try to do 2 days a week.
Thursday's your day.
And Thursday's usually my day.
And here you are at work.
And here it is Thursday. Now, part of what we have to do for reading, for homework, is read for 20 minutes. So you guys all ready for 20 minutes of, of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?
We could do 5 minutes. How about that?
He's on chapter 4.
He's on chapter 4?
But he was concerned that maybe we should start at chapter 1 so that everybody would...
I'd be lost if you started in the middle.
Oh, come on. We all know. Augustus Gloop, man. We all know.
We haven't gotten to Augustus Gloop yet.
Oh, where have you gotten
So what are we going to do? Are we going to start with chapter 1? No, we'll start with chapter 4.
Start with chapter 4. Don't worry about us. We'll catch up.
We'll catch up.
If we have any questions, we'll stop Dad. And
okay.
Yeah, all right.
Gina might need a little bit of explanation.
Yeah,
I could probably do that. Right?
I've never read it.
Gina's kind of slow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So go ahead, little Bill. It's so hard to call him that because that's
why
really...
that's his name.
Yeah. Go ahead. Start. You can start right now. Go ahead.
Okay.
The next evening, Grandpa Joe went on with his story. You see, Charlie, he said, not so very long ago, there used to be thousands of people working in Mr. Willy Wonka's factory. And one day, all of a sudden, Mr. Wonka had to ask every single one of them to leave, to go home and to never come back.
Wow.
But why? Asked Charlie. Because of spies.
Because of outsourcing.
Spies.
Oh.
Spies.
Spies? Yes. All the other chocolate makers, you see, had been grown jealous of the wonderful candies that Mr. Wonka was making. They started sending spies in to steal the secret recipes.
Bastards.
You editorialize?
Swearing!
Oh, God.
No swearing, Dad.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
People want to hear you read, I think.
What?
They want to hear you read.
Yeah, I was going to say, Bill, when Festus and I read, he reads a little, and then I read a little.
Yeah.
And...
All right, you want me to read a little bit of this?
Go ahead, read a little bit, sure.
Then something astonishing.
It's 9:20. Gina, more tips filing in here.
Yes?
For Festus. You won't get a Purple Heart.
No?
But make sure he notes of this accident on his discharge physical so that he can get veterans benefits for the disability.
That's good advice. Thank you.
So if they kick him out because of this,
I hope not.
which, I mean,
He'll be fine. He's fine. He's just fine.
we'll see. We'll
I
see.
mean, he works in medicine in the Navy.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
But I think that the idea is that you need to be able to fight at a moment's notice.
fight tooth decay.
I don't know how these things work.
I think the Navy needs people, and it would take more than this to kick him out. I
Probably.
guess.
Probably. All right, big boy news and opinioendo now. Brought to you by
Nate Bargatze, the Be Funny Tour at Delta Center /Vivint Arena this Friday, September 29th, and Saturday, September 30th. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com.
Well, this from Dateline Jacksonville, Florida.
Ooh.
A Florida alligator wanted to brush up on his multiplication tables.
There he is.
Oh, did you get the picture?
We did. X96.com/live.
When it was removed from a Jacksonville school property over the weekend. Photos that you can see on X96.com/live. A News 4 Jax viewer, that's their local news station, sent photos showing the gator walking in the parking lot of St. Clair Evans Academy on Montcrief Road.
Yeah, that's a gator, all right. Mm-hmm.
Jacksonville Fire and Rescue was called to the school. In a photo, a man who appears to be an alligator trapper. There's a lot of those down here, too, I think.
And there's a lot of people who pretend to be alligator trappers.
Alongside Jacksonville Fire and Rescue Department, we were photographed sitting on top of the large animal. I don't think they were doing that for fun. I think they were trying to trap him.
It's Florida. It's hard to tell.
News 4 Jax spoke with the licensed alligator trapper that caught the alligator. He discussed how he uses the attention from his alligator videos to help a nonprofit Savior Outdoors project. That's what he uses his money from trapping alligators for. The kids are safe, though, by the way.
Well, when he's sitting on them, of course they are.
Yeah.
They're safe because there was no poetry around at all.
Oh, what did you? Huh? What did you see what Wanda Sykes said about that?
Yes.
What did she say?
It was funny.
It was funny and smart.
She said until somebody in drag takes a copy of To Kill a Mockingbird and kills 10 kids in a school
with it, beats
with
them with
the
the book.
Don't talk to me about those things being more important. I'm not doing it justice. She was much funnier than that, but made an excellent point. Let's see. Brian Laundrie. Remember Brian Laundrie? Gabby Petito?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
A secret burn after reading letter written by Brian Laundrie's mother has revealed how she offered to help her son dispose of a body after the note was finally released to the public on Wednesday.
Whoa, really?
We've heard rumblings about this.
Murder?
Quote, "If you're in jail, I will bake a cake and put a file in it," Roberta Laundrie wrote to her son Brian, who took his own life in 2021 after confessing to the murder of his girlfriend Gabby Petito, whose body was found a month earlier. Quote, "If you need to dispose of a body, I will show up with a shovel and garbage bags. I just want you to remember I will always love you, and I know you will always love me. You are my boy. Nothing can make me stop loving you. Nothing can or ever will divide us. No matter what we do or where we go or what we say, we will always love each other."
Now, here's the thing. I heard about the file in the cake reference,
Mm-hmm.
but I didn't hear about the rest of this.
Yeah, this is the whole letter they finally released. There's more.
Oh, my hell.
Quote, "If you fly to the moon, I'll be watching the skies for your re-entry. If you say you hate my guts, I'll get new guts. Remember that love is a verb, not a noun. It's nothing, it's not words, it's actions. Watch people's actions to know if they love you, not their words." The letter was released to the public after a Florida judge, it's more Florida stories, by the way.
Yeah.
Florida judge ruled it was admissible as evidence in the emotional distress lawsuit brought by the parents of Petito against Chris and Roberta Laundrie. I mean, so if you don't remember the case, he killed Gabby.
Yeah.
After she was abused in Moab and the police let him go. That's a whole other issue.
Yeah.
He killed her and came back home, and this is evidence that the parents knew about it. They were and her parents were desperately looking for her, going any news, anything, and it's obvious that his parents knew exactly what happened. They should be in jail.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. You want another murder? This is turning into a morsel of murder.
We can do morsel of murder, sure.
Utah man has been charged with first-degree murder in the 1995 death of his wife. I don't know how this took this long. After I read the story, I'm shocked. They're only just now arresting him. 30 years after her death. When Bernadine Klingenberg died on June 11th, 1995, Keith Klingenberg told a 911 dispatcher that she had died by suicide by slashing her own throat. Now, right there, you're like, that's not likely way to go about that. At the time, a medical examiner ruled her manner of death as undetermined. But in 2016, West Valley Police and the District Attorney's Office jointly reopened the case as a homicide investigation. Case was reopened based on statements by Keith made when he called 911, witness information, and further analysis at the scene by experts. Klingenberg was taken into custody Wednesday after the charging documents were filed. He was booked into jail. So here's the story.
All right.
Klingenberg was 40 years old when he called 911 at about 1:30 p.m. June 11th, 1995, to report that his wife, Bernadine, had died by suicide in their West Valley home. During the call, Klingenberg told dispatchers that his wife wasn't conscious, but also said she was fighting with him and trying to get up, an inconsistency that was noted in the charging documents.
Yeah.
When paramedics arrived 7 minutes later, they noticed several more inconsistencies. First, they saw that Bernadine was dead and had likely been dead for some time, even though Klingenberg said, this is just while I was on the phone with you this happened. Klingenberg also walked out of the room where his wife was with paramedics and didn't ask any questions about her condition. He just walked out. The medical examiner later determined she died between 11:15 and 12:15, at least an hour before he called 911. The day of her death, Klingenberg told detectives that he'd been out of the house playing softball. He came home and found her in the bedroom with 2 knives lying next to her. He called 911 right away and performed CPR. What they found at the scene does not line up with that. He had blood marks on his chest, hands, ankles, and the shorts he was wearing. They found blood in the bathroom that was the shape of the knife. So it's like he stabbed her and then went to wash his hands, and he set the knife down on the counter to wash his hands. You know, if she had cut her own throat, that wouldn't have been that way.
Well, now how did the cops...
Well, he was trying to keep all the blood inside of her, right? He was trying to plug it up.
Yeah, how did they screw this up?
I have no idea why this took 30 years.
And 30 years, yeah.
I mean, this doesn't seem like it was a mystery, really.
No, I mean...
Did they really believe that she cut her own throat? And
I was going to say, with this evidence, you can't even say that it was bad forensics.
Yeah.
You know, I mean...
No.
Well, clearly they're watching him. If 30 years later they're still slamming him.
Yes. And West Valley Police captain said it would be pretty hard to do that to yourself.
Yeah.
Like, to if that's how you were going to do it, it would be difficult for you to do that and kill yourself that way. I'll be following this story for you.
The murder desk. The murder desk.
Yes.
The murder desk is portable, and it's in Florida.
Because I need to see when this goes to trial how on earth it took 30 years for that.
That's mind-blowing. Wow.
Tell me where we're at, Ken.
One more quick story, and then we'll weather and take a break.
Have you been wondering where Derek Kitchen is?
Yes. I know because I read the story, but the rest of you probably don't.
Former Utah State Senator Derek Kitchen, and friend of the program,
yes,
has been appointed by the Biden administration to help coordinate between Congress and state and local governments and the Export-Import Bank of the United States. He was appointed late last week to serve as the acting senior vice president and deputy director at the bank's Office of Congressional and Intergovernmental Affairs.
Yay.
So, way to go, Derek.
He's like a cat. He lands on his feet every time.
Yeah, that race between Derek and Jen Plum was hard because we have so few Democratic options to vote for in the state, and they were running against each other. I'm like, why can't we split them up? And
or could we send one to another place? Yes.
Yeah,
send one to my neighborhood, for God's sake. Ugh, I had Burgess Owens. Ugh.
I was going to say, I don't think they would do well other places.
Probably not.
That's the hard thing. We have to choose between good people in the downtown area.
All right. Weather, please.
Weather. Going to get some spotty sprinkles potentially throughout the day. Same with tomorrow, and if we get rain at all, it'll be on Saturday, but a nice, cool, breezy 77 degrees is your average over Memorial Day weekend. Be sure to enjoy it, and there you go.
All right, thank you. Greetings, friends. It's us, Radio from Hell, with Carrie, Bill, and Gina, coming up on Friday, June.
Yes. May I help you?
Carrie Jackson and Bill Allred here to see Mr. Acme?
Carrie Jackson and Bill Allred?
Uh-huh.
And this is regarding...
Well, we work for Mr. Acme, and he wanted to see us today.
I see. And you work for him in which one of his businesses?
Radio. You know, we do a morning radio show at his radio station.
Oh, yes. Mr. Acme is involved with some little broadcast facility somewhere, isn't he? Let me call him. He's having his daily rub-down right now. Mr. Acme?
What the hell do you want? You know I don't like to be disturbed when Gregor is giving me my rub-down. Ouch! Damn it! I told you that my coccyx is sore, Gregor! I'm calling the doctor. Don't rub me so hard there! Jesus. Now what the hell do you want?
I'm sorry, Mr. Acme, but there are two radio people out here to see you. What were your names again?
Carrie and Bill. Bill?
Is that Allred and Jackson out there? God, I forgot. It's salary time again. Okay, tell them to have a seat. We're just about finished here. Damn it, Gregor! Don't push so hard on that. Oh, I'm sore everywhere that my belt rubs.
Have a seat, gentlemen. Mr. Acme will be right with you.
Oh, great. Acme's got some sore muscles, and we're here to talk about raises. What great timing.
Oh, he's always in a bad mood or sore or something anyway. I don't see where one day is any better than another when it comes to talking about money. For hell's sakes, Carrie. I mean, last year during our job evaluation meeting, he jumped across the restaurant table and jabbed the dinner fork into my upper thigh. I bled like a pig.
I remember. He must have stuck that thing in about 3 inches.
Yeah, thanks for closing me up. I don't know if I've ever told you enough how grateful I was.
Don't worry about it. It was nothing. I was just glad I had that little staple gun in my backpack.
I'm nervous. I mean, I'm just not very good at this asking for a raise thing.
Remember, we got to be tough. We got to stand our ground. I mean, sure, we're asking for a lot, but you know, we work hard at the radio station. I don't think that 15 every 2 weeks is too much to ask.
But Carrie, 15 every 2 weeks adds up to $30 a month. I'm telling you, it's too much. He'll never go for it.
You know, I think you're right. We got to get out of here. Oh, okay. Here's what we do.
What?
I'll pretend that I'm sick, and then you pretend to rush me to the hospital, okay?
Okay.
Ma'am, will you tell Mr. Acme we'll be back some other time? I've got to rush my partner to the hospital. I think it's his ovaries or something. His uvula or something. You're going to be okay.
33986.
All right, Hector and Tristan from Play X-Tac are here. Now, I have an airsoft gun, so I kind of understand. Mine looks like the RoboCop gun, you know, the one that comes out of his leg. Yeah. And it shoots the little yellow pellets. But the Play X-Tac stuff, it says non-projectile firing alternative to airsoft and paintball. No eye protection required. How does this work?
Right. So it's a really advanced piece of tech that mounts onto any Picatinny rail, like on the airsoft gun. It calibrates with the sound, and so like for every time you pull the trigger, it fires a red laser, or it's infrared, so you can't really see it.
Okay.
But you're firing at a vest that's equipped with, it features a bunch of sensors on the headband as well, and so you get a audible sound, like a 3-second beep and a red light, so both parties, the shot and the shooting, can know what's going on.
So in theory, you could put this on any toy gun if you wanted to.
Like with calibrating to sound, yes. That's the long game. That's the goal.
That's
right?
Okay. Oh,
we found,
very cool.
you know, it's right around the corner.
Well, that means that I can use my RoboCop gun someday.
Well,
But
like
you
your
guys,
neck gun.
but you guys already have guns available.
Oh yeah.
And how do these? So it's not an airsoft gun.
It is an airsoft gun, and so I could take your airsoft gun right now.
So you could take my RoboCop gun
and then put our device on it, or X-Tac,
and it would work.
And it would work, yeah.
Fun.
Yep.
Oh, you're dead, Nick.
Oh, immediately.
I want to be part of that.
All right. So this is a product launch event that you're having on the 27th.
Right.
So we got this weekend, noon to 5, at the American Preparatory Academy in West Valley.
Yeah, correct.
And so this is from 12 to 5 p.m. And so what do we got going there? Tell me about it.
We'll have food trucks. So we have 2 food trucks that'll be there. We have about 5 or 6 different events between target shooting and long shot, as well as some. You get to bring your friends and compete against them. So.
So how do you guys play it? Obviously, like you're working with this product. Is it like a point system? Who can get to so many points first? Is it kind of last man standing?
There are so many different applications that we found. So we have like smart targets that are, you know, not vest, not the headband. So like targets that you can set up throughout your house, so you can play, you can compete against yourself.
Oh.
You know, if you were to put the smart targets up, you can like quick draw with people where both of you are competing to hit the target first, you know, and it lights up red just like the vests do.
Oh.
Or you can play it like you would airsoft or paintball, where it's like a team versus team, player versus player on a field. So at the event, that's what we're going to be doing. It's 2 fields next to each other, running capture the flag, running team deathmatch, you know, stuff like that. We're going to have the range shoots where we're going to set a target out 100 yards. We're going to be doing like normal plinking, like your plate shooting. You know, there's so much that you can do.
So when I play airsoft, I have to wear those stupid safety glasses, and they're always so attractive.
Let's just call that obsolete. That's obsolete.
And you don't need this anymore.
You don't.
This stuff. This is great.
I mean, I'm a big fan of like first-person shooter games, and this kind of feels like the closest thing to playing those games in real life.
So that's exactly what we're going for. It's on our website. It's FPS IRL.
There you go.
Yeah,
Okay.
first-person shooter in real life.
Yeah.
We'll send you a shirt when we get one. But yeah, we came up with FPS IRL.
I love it. Yeah.
Oh, I love that. Is great. What is your website? Just real quick.
It's playxtac.com.
It's just playxtac.com. And that's where all the information for this event is as well?
So you can find all the information for the event on our Facebook page.
On your Facebook page.
Play X-Tac.
Play X-Tac.
All one word.
Well, this sounds fun. So what we could do is it could be me versus the interns.
All of them against you?
All of them against me. And,
Yeah.
and we'll see how long I last.
Maybe we got to get some targets set up here in the cantina or something.
Oh,
that'd
You
be
know
really
what?
fun.
You
Some
know what?
accuracy.
We'll do that. We'll bring some.
For accurate, yeah. Let's see who has who's the best shot.
There are different modes too, so you can set between like you know, the laser being wide and shooting wide, or really fine laser.
So like a pinpoint or a
accuracy.
shotgun kind of blast, as it were, with the light. This is some fascinating technology. Yes, Tris?
Yeah, I mean, like, at the end of the day, the point is to build communities and, like, let people have fun. So, you know, like, if you're looking at doing long-range shoot, there's a method to being accurate. You know, people want to know that they're, precision marksman.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're playing a game, it's moving a little bit quick. There's 5 sensors on a vest, 4 on a headband, and you want to be able to tell when you shot someone. So that's the big thought behind changing modes.
This sounds like a lot of fun, and it's their product launch event on the 27th at the American Preparatory Academy in West Valley from noon to 5. Go and check out this new tech, this first-person shooter in real life. This sounds like a lot of fun. Play X-Tech. And go to their Facebook page for all the details about the event this weekend, but they also have the website, playxtac.com. Thanks, you guys, for coming by, and congratulations on this.
This is very cool.
This sounds very cool and a lot of fun. I predict good things.
Thanks so much for having us.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Thanks for coming in. All right, we will take a break, and we'll crawl towards the exits. Boner of the week after these. Stand by. Here we go.
There was a boy, a very strange, enchanted boy.
That very strange, enchanted boy was, or is, I should say, Kyle Brown. And as you know, many of you know, we've been reading letters from Kyle Brown. He's been a long-time participant on this show. We've found out that Kyle is suffering from a fatal condition called ALS, and it's affected his speech, and that's why he's been sending us letters. But today, Kyle is on the phone, and I think Kyle's wife, Colleen, is with us as well. Kyle, are you there?
Yeah. Hey.
We're here.
There's Colleen. Kyle, are you feeling well today?
No.
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 Why is he? When I saw Kyle on Saturday, Colleen, you and Kyle, Kyle said he was feeling pretty good. What's the problem today?
Yeah. What is the problem today, Kyle?
ALS.
Oh, ALS.
ALS.
Full thing.
I see. Yeah, that. Yeah, that. Kyle is. How are your spirits? Are you generally? Are you feeling down or up, or how are you?
They're okay.
Your spirits are okay. Okay.
So, Colleen, why are we doing this differently this week?
Because Kyle said so.
That's pretty much what happens around the house anymore. Kyle said so, and so that's what happens.
Yes, he barks orders at me all day long.
Barks orders at you. Hey, Kyle, let me hear you bark an order, Kyle.
That's not a...
He said bark.
I see. Yeah. Kyle, you now I was asking you when I saw you on Saturday, you're still able to work. That's right, isn't it?
He said yes.
That was yes. Okay.
I see. Did when I was there on Saturday too, your daughter, her name is Nina, is that right?
Yes.
It was going to the prom, and Kyle, did she have any stories about the prom when you saw her after prom?
He said, I know you were wondering where my daughter ordered dinner from, or what she ordered at Stanza.
Right. Yeah, at Stanza.
On the prom, and she got rigatoni.
She got rigatoni.
Okay.
I urged her to try the carbonara, but no dice. Huh? Sorry.
Nope.
Well, did she have a good time?
No.
No.
I hope he's not listening.
Well, she's a charming person, and I think you guys are lucky to have her around. Kyle, Are you still planning on going to New York City for the Is it an ESPY or it's not an ESPY, is it?
An Emmy.
An Emmy.
An Emmy. It's an
sports
Emmy. A sports Emmy award. And are you still planning on going to New York for that, Kyle?
We committed yesterday to attend the sports Emmy in New York on May 22nd. It will, of course, be dependent on my health.
Kyle's health, not your health.
Yeah, he told me.
Yeah, and that's pretty tough timing too, because
I'm translating for Kyle.
You what?
She's translating.
I'm translating for him.
That's pretty tough because there's a graduation like a couple of days after that, right?
Yes, 2 days later, Nina, high school.
Graduates from high school. Well, Kyle, would you like people? I know people have been sending you emails. Would you like them to continue to do that? Oh, you're just making this up.
Yes, he is.
He said yes.
There we go.
He's just making this up.
Kyle is still Kyle.
He's still being funny.
Kyle
of course he is.
Still Kyle.
Would you like people sending you email?
You're about to get laughing, which is the best part.
Yeah. We don't want to make Kyle laugh. He'll choke on his own
laugh.
Well, listen, I'll make sure and republish your email address, Kyle, so that people can send, because I know you do like hearing from people. And there are people out there listening who have family members who have ALS. Mm-hmm. Some of them experience it themselves. And I don't know if you heard, Kyle, somebody suggested that we put all your letters together and publish them in like a book. And I don't know, try to sell it for raise money for ALS or something. I don't know exactly how we would do it, but generally, would you be in favor of that?
He said yes.
Oh, I thought so.
Okay,
Yeah,
yes.
I thought so.
Okay,
Yeah.
I thought that was
That's a relief.
I thought that was a yes. I just,
Great.
Kyle, I can't stress enough, and I think people, it's a cliche to say, it, but you are an inspiring person to a lot of people hearing this. I think and then a lot of people hearing it thinks this is sick. So.
Yeah. I'm prepared for.
I hope they don't think he's exaggerating, because this is pretty authentic speech.
It is.
I'm preparing for the angry DMs at this moment.
Yeah, I know. When I try, it's interesting though. When I sat with Kyle and Colleen on Saturday, we can carry on a conversation. We're mostly kind of back and forth between me and Colleen, but Kyle is part of that conversation somehow, and I don't know how to explain it. It's just he's right there and present in the conversation, and yet he can't really say much. It's kind of remarkable. Yes.
He said yes.
Oh, okay. All right. That's what I thought.
All right.
All right.
Well, Kyle,
we love you both.
We love you. Maybe we'll go back to a letter next week.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
This was great.
That might be better.
We'll see. But we'll play it by ear.
Yes. All right. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Thanks, you two.
Look over there.
Okay, that's right. That's right.
There was a boy.
Jeez.
That was great.
good old depressed mood. It's no good. All right, it is 9:54. We have just enough time, Gina, for the boner recap.
All right, is Dave there?
Dave is here. Say hi to Gina.
Hi.
Hi, Dave. I'm all the way in Florida. Can you see me waving at you all the way here? No.
Don't think so. Don't think so.
No.
I
can hear you waving.
So it's Boner of the Week. This is where we read all of the Boner candidate winners from the week. And then Dave, our friend for 45 years, best Utah, Dave Madsen, the flower guy, buy flowers from him when you see him out and around Salt Lake. We let him pick the Boner of the Week. Boner candidate number 1 from Monday. Enough with this. A young girl missed out on walking with her class at the graduation ceremony because the school made a ridiculous dress code request. Harrison High School demanded she would have to dress as a boy in order to participate because she was transgender. The ACLU tried to bring the school to court on her behalf, but they lost in court, and she ended up missing her ceremony altogether. Boner candidate number 2 from Tuesday. Sports builds parental character. We had video of this at the time. It was a basketball brawl in Fort Wayne, Indiana, with a referee and a parent just going at it with each other. And there's video, and then the kids just want to play basketball or soccer or baseball or whatever it is. We need to stop doing this.
Yes.
Boner candidate number 3 from Wednesday. How about we don't target shoot near the daycare center, Spanish Fork? They did end up finding this guy who was shooting birds in a field near a daycare center with a .22 and ended up hitting a little 2-year-old boy in the head.
And last I heard, the bullet's still in his head.
He's in stable condition, but yeah.
Yeah, they can't go in and get it, apparently.
Come on, Spanish Fork.
Oh, come on. You're expecting way too much from mild stomping grounds, please.
And only 4 candidates this week because we're doing it today instead of Friday. Hot Pocket. This is a Kentucky man who ate the last Hot Pocket in the freezer. His roommate was furious. How can anybody blame him? He picked up a handgun and chased him out of the house and shot him right in the butt. He's okay. but all over the last Hot Pocket. Dave, there's some silly ones and some sad ones in there. I don't know which one you're going to pick. Which one is the boner of the week?
Number 3.
Number 3.
Yesterday's.
How about we don't target shoot near the daycare center, Spanish Fork?
There you go.
Perfectly appropriate.
It's the very least you can do, Spanish Fork. Bare minimum. All right. Well, thank you, David. Where can people see you? Are we...
This all over town.
All over town. You got your flowers and you're all set to go.
Yeah, I got my lawnmower.
Oh, you're cutting lawns again now?
Yeah, I'm cutting lawns again.
All right. Thank you very much,
He's got
David.
flowers or a motor. You can't miss him.
Thanks, Dave.
A John Deere tractor.
Yeah. If you need to get a hold of him, I guess call Ivy at Boost Teak.
Yeah.
She knows where you are, right?
Yeah, most of the time.
Most of the time. All right.
Thank you, Dave.
All right. Thank you, David. Let's do the promo and crawl towards the exit, shall we?
You got it, Gina?
I got it.
Okay, go.
We know you're pairing this Memorial Day weekend with the musical stylings of the Generation X96 weekend like we are. We're back to full-strength Radio from Hell this Tuesday.
No more Nick Iola as Bill Allred returns, and coincidentally Johnny Ola as well. There's going to be more appearances on top of that with Amy Donaldson at 7 o'clock talking about sports.
Also, join the program Tuesday. You can expect Jonathan Deasing at 8 to talk tech, as he always does. And then around 8:45, Bill Frost will tell us what's on TV this week.
Enjoy your long weekend and then comfortably ease back into your regular schedule with Tuesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Look at that.
All right. Thanks you very much, Nick.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you so
appreciate it.
much.
Thank
You're
you.
a big help.
Yeah.
And this morning with off air, you folks don't know, Nick's one of our helpful, technically inclined persons, and
I do things.
I'm
going to be doing more things. I got a remote tomorrow, 3 to 5, up in Ogden, and then Saturday, I don't know exactly where I'll be, but I'll be somewhere. Why don't you
All
follow me on Twitter and Instagram, Nick Drools, for both of those, and I'll tell you.
All right. Thank you very much. Katie, we got all business. Fine job as always. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Remember who you are and what you stand for.
I'm going to go take care of my boy.
All right. I'm going to start Marcy's music off here with a selection of my own.
Oh,
if you don't mind. Thank you.
80s